Welcome, everybody. I was just talking to myself a little bit. I'm International Master William Pascal. We are streaming here, Sledgy on Twitch, playing on the account, of course, Sparkle Horse. This is our analysis stream we do every week. I was away last week, playing in a tournament. We are back, obviously, after a not so great result. Let's go. I just want to emphasize, my reason for existing. I really take chess seriously and try to promote real chess, not trashy pulp surface chess, which is taking over the world as we speak. But anyway, if anyone's interested in lessons, you can hit the learn command. Donate, support the stream. I've had a bunch of people have to stop lessons because of tragedies. I guess it's not lucky to be one of my students. But hopefully that's not the case. Just coincidence. If you are interested in taking lessons, please send me a message or email. Only accepting people who don't want to barter me down and are serious about learning the game. Anyway, enough advertisements. We are analyzing games today. I've got my study set up for today. Studies I contribute to. My studies. My study here. February 8th analysis stream. Now listen. That's the wrong one. Sorry. March 7th. Speaking of February 8th, Mr. Slow has been absent. I hope he's alright. He wasn't here on Sunday. And he's submitted some games on and off the last weeks for analysis stream. And suddenly he wasn't here on Sunday. Now maybe just because I was away for a week, he got out of practice. But Mr. Slow has been one of our biggest supporters. Speaking of my biggest supporters, World Senior Team Championship is taking place in July 1st, in Krakow, in Poland, and I am playing, but we do not have a sponsor, so everyone is like bankrolling themselves. It's practically like I was going to an individual tournament, but anyway, it should be good. We have a chance to play strong players, other seniors. Oh, there he is, Mr. Slow. You had a game last Sunday. That's why you weren't here. I was going to ask you if my simul's are too late, because I know in the past I've gone a little late, and I was thinking, oh man, maybe Mr. Slow, maybe I need to move my simul's earlier for him, because I know, or was it this stream that was the problem? I can't remember. Guys, we're going to Krakow in Poland for the World Senior Team Championship in July. That's what my new fundraiser is for. And Asterbait and Bill were kind enough to donate to that. Mr. Slowhand Grind had to grind out a double rooking game to a win. Alright. I had a draw against Grandmaster with the hiccups last Sunday. In 2,000 plus games, it's the first time someone ever had the hiccups against me during a tournament game. Very strange coincidence. You would think it would happen more often. Alright. But I've got Ars submitting a game that was played by Leela. If we have time, I saw a really nice game by Bizgeyer. But it's really, my submission is not the priority here. So that's if we have time. Schumacher, Asterbait, Uber Driver, I believe, submitted a game. Morales, Snedstead, I call him. Because... Wait, Nefidov is from where? Stansted? No, Stansted. I call him Snedsteg. Alright, Snedstead. Anyway, it's a new name. Miss Chuck. Mr. Soane donating 5 gift subs. 5 gift subs. Gift subs are good because it gets people involved and gets more people watching my stream. No Nonsense, who's already donated. GGO, Fato Pasha, who's been in some tournaments, Wojtek Poland, and then hopefully that's Wojtasek, And Parmenides, who we haven't seen in ages, from Canada. Alright, guys. That's 5 gift subs from Mr. Slow. Blinging in there. And then we've got Sung Prism with a game, and Peter Pearson versus Pavel Nefedov, live from Stansted, wherever Pavel lives. Gift sub is how I got in the first place. Really cool. We did not realize that. So I don't know. I should maybe hold off on Ars Leela. Mr. Slow, did you submit a game that I should know about? We have room for one more game. Oh, man. I haven't been getting enough exercise. Sorry for the disappointing result last time. I scored 3 out of 10 points in 10 tournament games in 7 days, and frankly, it wasn't as bad as it sounds. Most of the games were actually pretty competitive. In fact, they all were. I don't know what to call it. I mean, I'm not really comfortable with the one time control, but anyway, I know Mr. Slow wasn't here for my update on the tournament. You had this study with Velimirovich games. I asked you to go to chapter. Go by chapter. Okay. Well, you gotta remind me, because I'm like Bruce Willis, man. My aphasia is kicking in. We got a $5 donation. That came first from Morales. Antonio snuck one in there, up to $20. All right, I'm gonna add Mr. Slow. Mr. Slow. Mr. Sloth. Mr. Slow. There he is. No, there he is. Yeah, he has a turtle. He has a turtle. Games of Dragolyub. I think that's the one. So Karaklaj, who I met. Oh, great. Don't go to Karaklaj's house is the warning that I got. I don't know if you got the same one, if you ever met Karaklaj. So we can tell my old Karaklaj story. Alright, so chapter... Karaklaj is no longer with us. Chapter PGN. Let's do copy. Does that copy the chapter PGN? I think so. Chapter PGN. Tools, learn, study. My studies. Here we go. Alright. Little Karaklaj story. Not much to it, really. Add a new chapter. Hello. Why doesn't it let me add a new chapter there? Paste. Create. It worked. Great. And we're going to put that first because Ars isn't here. And anyway, it should have been first in the list. Mr. Slow. So, Karaklaj, when I was in Serbia, and I can't remember if it was 2000 or 2001, I played in a GM tournament at Belgrade, at the Belgrade Chess Federation. Not to be confused with the Serbian Chess Federation. Anyway, Belgrade Chess Federation, I was analyzing a game, if I recall, and I had a good start. I was like 2-0 or +2, +3 in this GM tournament. Karaklaj came up, and I didn't know who he was, and he was like inviting me to his house, and this like random old guy is like inviting me to his house. But then like this friend of mine who I had met at the tournament like warned me not to go. They're like, he's not inviting you for you know, exclusively for your chess skills. So I considered myself warned, and I decided not to attend his invitation. But anyway, that was my little Karaklaj story. Karaklaj was he's in the past tense now, was international master from Serbia, and although, you know, he may have had some dubious characteristics, he was renowned for his theoretical knowledge. He has a variation named after him in the classical Sicilian with bishop e3 in the classical, I think. Yeah. So Danny Edelman one time wrote a New in Chess. He wrote a New in Chess yearbook article about the so-called Karaklaj. It's hard to say that. Karaklaj system. Playing black is Dragulia Velimirovich, who was a grandmaster. And he passed away more recently, I think, than actually, I don't know who passed away first, but they're both gone. Anyway, this is a game submitted. He wanted my bishop, something like that. Back in 2001, I was still, still sexy. Still sexy to the old men, apparently. Anyway. Alright. Karaklaj versus Velimirovich. d4, knight f6. c4, c5. d5, and then d6. When I was watching MTV last week, Right Said Fred was on with I'm Too Sexy for My, that song. So anyway, that's a blast from the past. But d6 here, not a traditional Benoni move order. So what do we say about d6? Usually black plays e6, and Dragulia uses the d6 move order. So it makes you wonder, well, why would the d6 here? Why would the d6 versus e6? Why would d6 be preferred? Is there any real significance behind d6? I don't think so. No secret reasoning behind this move. Probably gives black less options, to be honest. So, Spassky Fischer. Interesting. I didn't realize this. I didn't really to be honest, care about Spassky Fischer too. It was a nice novel concept, but for those of you who lived through it, you may or may not have been aware of the fact that Spassky wasn't Spassky anymore in 1992. So it was kind of a Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul sort of thing, basically, just a promotional event. Although Fischer could still play, Spassky wasn't an interesting opponent in 1992, so I did not follow that match closely. So apparently there were 2 games where Fischer used this move order against Spassky. He could have played pretty much anything, probably. Knight to c3, g6 out. So we might call this a King's Indian. Let's be Yugoslavian about it. In the old Yugoslavian Matanovic, they used to call this the King's Indian, not the Benoni. All right. King's Indian and Benoni and Grunfeld are all one opening anyway. These are early games, so don't assume a polished opening rep. Well, okay. Yeah, when was this game played? 1961. Well, no, but it's still notable that Fischer used that move order against Spassky in 92. It's a King's Indian kind of move order. We're looking at possible Schmid Benoni, where black isn't playing e6. Is this risky for black? Bishop g7? Now, nowadays we would expect probably bishop d3, but at that time in 1961, the bishop d3 Benoni wasn't really well established. So, Karaklaj, although I would think primarily an e4 player, wouldn't necessarily play bishop d3. I'm sure the move was known. Feels like he's hoping for a transposition. Knight f3, castles, and now bishop e2. So black plays e6, and now we transpose to a Benoni. White has played bishop e2. That's, by the way, speaking of polished repertoires or whatever, this is 1961. This is 11 years before Fischer-Spassky. So, it's a pretty old game. I mean, 61, 11 years before Fischer became world champion, playing the Benoni against Spassky in the 72 Reykjavik match. There's a lot of water under the bridge yet to go. Black here with e6. One would expect white, possibly knight d2, possibly castles. Even d takes e6 is a move. although that's kind of harmless. Black would probably take back with the bishop. It looks like both recaptures are possible, like a 4 pawns attack sort of thing without the 4 pawns. But this is interesting. So this is essentially in the style of like a Petrosian system against the King's Indian, except it's not a King's Indian, it's more like a Benoni. I play Bishop G5 Smyslov system against the King's Indian all the time, but in those variations, like this pawn isn't necessarily committed to E4, we would add the pawn back on E3 where it's less of a liability. Black plays H6. Now White doesn't want to give up his dark square bishop, which is a good piece. He never intends on playing bishop takes F6 in this type of Benoni position. You might be able to do it in a King's Indian, but you're definitely not doing with this diagonal open. Under no circumstances. So bishop G5 is just like provoking H6. White plays bishop E3. This is a tough decision, because I think that all squares are on the table here for White, except arguably C1, which is playable but passive. So all the other squares are possible. Bishop F4 putting pressure on D6, bishop H4 keeping the pin, bishop E3 inducing knight G4, bishop D2 just getting out of the way. The problem with bishop D2 is that the bishop actually obstructs the knight's best retreat square, which is D2. So it's really tough for White to decide on which square. He decides to play bishop E3, which is interesting. Inducing possible knight to G4. But knight G4, what does it do? That's the question. Does it do anything? I mean, it's playable, but we're just driving the bishop to a different square at D2 or F4, and our knight sits out there for no real reason. So it was played in 5 games, but it's not clear it's a good move. Basically, we're transposing to an Averbach, it looks like. E takes D5, and now I think that C takes deserves consideration, and that's what he played, because typically in the Averbach this wouldn't be possible. But now, if you play C takes, rook E8, Black has knight D2, and E4 is well protected. And there's no knight G4, there's no knight H5. So it's almost like White has a kind of slightly improved Averbach, because in the Averbach, I have a million games on the stream where I've had to play, Black in this type of position against those clones and the cult and other people where I do like rook E8 and I sack my rook on E3. And I tell the story how Morozevich has done this and Ron Burnett did it against me, and it's a viable exchange sacrifice, blah 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 blah. For example, castles, rook takes E3. Georgescu, Istrichescu, 2019. Just for example, off the top of my head, this Georgescu guy is pretty good. He plays on this site. He used to play in those we had during lockdown the tournaments, the team battles and stuff. And this guy's quite strong young player from Romania. He got busted by Istrichescu with this exchange sack, which is really equal. I had the same position with White against Burnett, and it's enough for compensation, but I don't think that Black is really better. But in any case, I like Black's move, or White's move, C takes D5. I wonder if Black should hold off on this exchange. Is it possible we can use a Gingy move order here with rook E8? Because Roman used to promote this move order in his accelerated dragon, Gingy Indian, whatever. Ron Henley, stealer of the Roman repertoire, actually has a game from 84 against Albert. We would try to prevent White from taking back with a C pawn with pressure here, but White has knight D2. And now knight A6. So you get the feeling that Ron and Roman must have spent some time together. Castles. Knight C7. It's not clear who's stealing whose ideas here. A4. Yeah. Well, White is better, but ended up that White didn't have enough to play for a win. Alright, anyway, So we got the exchange. White takes back with a c pawn. Now let's see what a really strong player does here. Velimirovich. Turns out b5 is a move. Korchnoi versus Achpeter, 2005. I was there. Yeah, not only have I been invited by Karaklaj to his house, I was there when Korchnoi played Achpeter in Paksh. And, Korchnoi was still dangerous. In 2005, he was invited to play a closed tournament in Paksh, where they had the nuclear reactor. The Russian-built nuclear reactor. Hungary's only nuclear reactor, by the way. Just saying, whatever that means. B5, because the French charge too much for their nuclear reactors. We have to get the Russians to do it. It's cheaper. So cheaper nuclear reactors are better. B5 is modern theory, of course. Well, modern theory. Donner Portish, 1968. Slightly more modern than this game. I told you guys I saw Portish on the street the other day. He has a Mercedes. And he's still driving. And he's over 80. I think it's pretty cool. No, he looked good though. He looked good. I wish I'm alive and healthy like Portish when I'm over 80. But anyway, so-called modern theory, 1968. Portish, not one to necessarily play a lot of Bononis either. So that's interesting. Although he did have a fairly wide opening repertoire. So b5 looks like a very strong move. Here we played instead rook e8. White plays knight to d2. No. Queen c2. Knight d2. Maybe this move is better. Another Donner game from 1971. Nodierbeck versus Carissa. You can pretty much count on that being some kind of chess.com crap. Chess.com Title Tuesday games should not be in the chess database. All right, guys? Whoever does that, let's weed those out. Online blitz games should not be in a legitimate database. All right, Queen c2, Knight a6. Obviously, sometimes you can play Knight to b4. White plays castles. I like the way that Karaklaj didn't gut react with a3. Everyone does a3. It's not clear that a3 is necessary here. Knight b4, queen b1. Maybe it was. Oh shit. I'll be honest though, I like knight d2 better. Alright, queen c2, knight a6, so I guess he had to do a3. Jeez. Well, let's see. He thought he didn't have to do it. So we'll see what happens. Knight b4, queen b1. I had a game like this against Alexander Ivanov once with white in a Benoni. He went knight b4, then I went queen b1, then I went a3, kicked him back, then I went back. So it's not clear that this will benefit one side or the other in the long run. Black could have to lose time. White will just simply go back, having played a3. But there's this shot now, knight takes e4. And that may be a problem. The question is, with the pin with bishop f5, why can't white just playing knight d2 and f3 and defend everything? Maybe there's something to do with that bishop on e3. Maybe if you have to play f3, ta-da, like this rook here, there's going to be some issues on the e file. So he plays knight takes c4, knight takes c4, bishop f5, and now obviously this is the only move that doesn't lose a piece. That's forced. For now, this is protected. So Velimirovich sacked a piece, a knight, in this case, for one pawn. He'd get a second pawn with knight takes d5. Now, at first glance, I would say, like, well, that's nice, and we probably get the bishop as well. But I'm not sure that black has enough compensation here. Is it enough? Maybe not. So instead he plays queen e7, and now white is facing 3 attacks. But there are choices. There's f3 and possibly bishop f3, as well as a3, which would be like a counterattack. So at least three candidate moves here for white. The counterattack with a3 looks like it doesn't do much. If you play a counterattack with a3, I just simply take this useful pawn on d5, and we continue to threaten what we're threatening. So I think that white has to defend with either f3 or bishop f3. And at the end of the day, maybe bishop f3, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Maybe bishop f3 would like create less weaknesses than f3 creates in white's position. So I think this deserves serious consideration. Bishop f3, knight takes d5. Black has 2 pawns for a piece. But I'm not convinced it's enough. Is there something else here for black? Let's see what the computer says. Wow. Maybe c4. Going for an outpost on d3. But the computer thinks that white is better. So this is like a very important moment. He plays f3, the more obvious way of protecting. You naturally want to protect pieces with pawns, but the problem is this guy is hanging now. So bishop f3 does 2 things. It gets the bishop out of being a hanging piece, as well as protecting this piece. When you play f3, you have 2 loose bishops on the e-file. When you play bishop f3, you have no loose bishops on the e-file. So I guess that answers that question. f3 is not as good in that sense. Black now sacked a piece, second pawn. Now this is loose. He has to retreat, presumably. And now knight f4. Now the central pawn is mobile, and we're threatening d5. And if that knight's driven away, it could be stuff like queen g5. I don't know. But the d5, yeah. The d5 is important. Really important. The pawn is loose, on the loose. So white plays now bishop b3. I expected bishop b5. I would expect bishop b5, and then something like d5, bishop takes e8, rook takes e8, and then maybe like garnering this piece back. Although this is not clear, bishop takes c5. Position is very complicated. Very complicated. Look how close it is. 0.4 advantage to white in that variation. The first one I tossed out there. Kraken instead plays bishop d3. And his idea, I guess, is to take on c5. So if d5, you have knight takes c5, presumably. Is this good enough? I mean, knight takes d3, knight takes d3. Oh shit, that's the game. Yeah, so I just don't think Karaklaj is showing he's the world's greatest defender in this position. 2 attacking players and not a lot of defensive skill. So this just doesn't seem to cut it. I mean, bishop d3, d5, yeah. And then the problem is boom, 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 boom. Bishops are just raking the board. That looks familiar. Now that's a tasty burger. Last game you submitted from the same set. It was Vladimirovich on the black side of the bishop. What is this? A series of 2 bishops games or something? It was the same thing. The 2 bishops just went wild. Queen e2, rook e1. Oh shit, both knights are hanging. Oh. This is horrible. Queen takes d2. And now my other knight is pinned. Man, Karaklaj. Not good. He's not out of the pin. Yeah, this is really bad. Knight f4, bishop takes b1, knight e2, rook e2, and then rook takes b1. The smoke is clearing. And white is only a pawn down at the moment. So you got to give him credit for that. Somehow he managed to reach a pawn down ending where it appears there's even chances to survive. But are there? Just when it looks like it was safe to come out of the water, black's not materialistic. Wow. What is materialistic? I would first move I think of as like bishop takes b2. Delmirovich clearly not a materialistic player. Rook c8. Leaving both pawns hanging so he can double on the 7th. And that is fatal. Probably fatal. Although, maybe white can try to put his bishop on g3 or something, which is what he does. I would assume this is what he tries. Here, and I would think he'd try to maybe go there. He does not. He plays bishop f1. There goes a pawn, so we're still up a pawn. Rook d8, check, king h7. So as not to put the king on the dark square with check, rook d7. And then the guy blundered pretty badly here. It's interesting though, in this position he chooses not to go here. It's like a sixth sense or something. King h7 on a white square. And then rook d7. And now b5. Now what's the deal? If rook takes f7 check, what do we do? Do we play bishop g7? And obviously, there's a mate there. No, because rook takes actually holds on. So presumably, if rook takes f7 check, we go back to g8. Now my question would be, what happens on rook d7? So he plays b5, and then rook takes c7 loses, right? But I want to know if this is over or not. Rook takes f7 check, king g8, rook d7. Where's the win for black? Black is better, but is black winning? That's the question. Maybe we can go to a different diagonal. Bishop a3. Wow. No, hold on. There's bishop a3. You're kidding, there's like rook e1. Oh, bishop a3 has another point. It could come back and hide here on f8. What about bishop a3? How does white defend against that? I mean, he can play bishop g3. But then he's losing like one pawn with check. Yeah. No, seriously. Mr. Slow suggested a5. There's no forced win, but black is still winning. Bishop a3 is the best move. God damn. It's not so simple, It's a really bad blunder by Krakow. But I'm going to guess he was pretty young. They were pretty young in 1961. Alright, so white blunders here with the game continuation. Rook takes a7. Boom. Easy. Easy money. So then we've got bishop d4 and everything's skewered. Or you can just simply take on f2. If rook takes f2, you could even play rook takes f2 and be winning. Easy win. Alright. Good Benoni. Schumacher versus... Thanks, Mr. Slow, for the cool Velimirovich game. Benoni expert and fan of two bishops. Yeah, we had the same type of player here in Hungary, Perani Bela. Not as strong as Velimirovich, but same style. You know, Benoni and two bishops all the time. Big lover of Benoni and two bishops. Maybe he was a Velimirovich fan. I don't know. All right, so Mr. Schumacher is here from. Ars is not here yet. Mr. Schumacher is here from. I know Mr. Schumacher always likes to go first. You're big on going first, but I should make you stay to have to watch the whole stream so that I don't lose viewers. Guys, thank you for $5 donation from Morales. We're up to $20. We're 1% of the way there to Krakow. World Senior Team Championship. July 1st, 2024. I need to get my rating points back from this stupid GM tournament. I lost 12 rating points last week, so they need to come back, and I need to get them at a senior tournament. Senior tournaments are the place to go for my rating points. All right. We've got, Uber Driver, Black against Schumacher. Uber Driver, I got a message from Uber Driver. He's insisting that he loves the hippo. I tried to talk him out of it. Tried to talk him down. But he's just not listening. He's hanging out with Elmo in Sesame Street. So he's very committed to the hippo and subscribe to that. So he doesn't want to listen. This is Schumacher. Good for him. Fine. Don't listen to me. G6. Schumacher playing white or B-Jack. C4. B6. So I'm going to close this. Oof. Amazing that there's only one game in the master database? Really? Okay. The master database needs to be retooled. We need a real database. The lichess master database sucks. But, it's free. I'm not going to complain. Whatever. I noticed, the other day, I was analyzing this game that was Geller, 1960, 68. It was Candidates quarterfinal, and the game wasn't in the Opening Explorer. Dude, Candidates quarterfinal games, kind of important. That's 1 degree of separation from the World Championship. I mean, 2 degrees of separation, whatever. They had all these other games, but nothing from the Candidates quarterfinal. Okay. Anyway, I imagine there's a million games of this. It's very strange, there literally have to be a million games where this was played. Usually people fianchetto their bishop first. I know, but still. Emery Tate used to like to do that. He would play b3, g3 for those first 2 moves and stuff. It's funny, and it's fine. Bishop g7, okay. And now e4. I've played a bunch of hyper-accelerated Queen's Indians against you. Well, in the hyper-accelerated Queen's Indian, or in the accelerated Queen's Indian, I'm going to be putting my knight on f6, not on e7. I'm not trying to play the hippo. So bishop b7. I just want to say, against me, you also tried to do f4, and at a bad game, last game we played in the same tournament, Bijak, do you really want to be playing f4? Do you think that? What happened to the old h3? I don't know. I'm not sure if f4 is is necessarily the best way to go. I mean, it's definitely playable, but I don't feel like you have a lot of experience with a 4 pawns attack type of thing. You know? What else can we do here? I agree, h3 is also... in my position, it was wrong. Okay. No, f4 is playable here, but I would expect you to probably do either like this or this, you know. And I think in both those cases, you can still play a Mikhaganov type of setup. So f4, and now he plays e6. Obviously, I mean, black could play knight f6 here, I guess, but that's not black's intention, and I don't know if it's any good. At the point of the hippo is to play e6, d6, and put the knights on e7 and d7. There's a game here by Polak Kamash, who's a grandmaster. Knight e7. Now, although maybe he wasn't in 03, I don't remember, but bishop d3, and then d6, and now bishop e3, and black played knight d7. Okay. Stanny. Blatny, Stanny. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that playing the hippo with black against the 2600 is a great way to go, but I did it against Onishuk. But he played a3, you know. If white were to play like some irrelevant move, maybe the hippo is more justified. Like in my case against Onishuk, a3 just randomly isn't a very useful move. But I'm not sure the hippo is ever completely justified. Here, Uber Driver just plays h6 with no justification. This is pretty strange, honestly. You know, normally you would play h6 for a reason. You know, to absorb like h4, h5, and go g5, or else to stop white from playing bishop h6. Stop white from using the g5 square. There doesn't seem to be any reason for Uber Driver to play h6 in this position. So I don't really understand, you know. All three players who play black here, who are masters, play knight d7. It's the same thing with a6. I don't see any reason to necessarily play a6. If a4, let's say knight d7, a4, now white might be threatening a5, a6. So black could consider a6, but a5 is still playable. So it doesn't really do anything. I think you've got to consider a5, and you've got to consider just letting white push to a5 and then going a6. But I don't see any reason to play a6 unprovoked, or h6 unprovoked. I think you play h6 if white doesn't play f4. Probably. So I don't think this is necessarily a move you auto-play in every hippo. In fact, you know, it might strengthen h4, h5 a little bit here. Uber Driver was claiming that he intends to play h5 against h4. But obviously in this case, if white were to play h4 now, h5 would be a loss of tempo. Maybe we're willing to accept that with black. Maybe h6 isn't so bad. Alright, anyway, I knew this like IM from Ukraine who used to play the hippo all the time. Viktor Ayanov. And what he would do was like the automatic sort of same plan every single game. Knight d7, king f8, king h7, king g8, king h7. Sort of like artificially castling. But I'm not sure that black necessarily wants to do that here with the bishop on d3. It's very possible the black king is safer on e8 or just hanging out in the center than it is on h7 in this particular setup. So white plays queen c2. Now Bijak, I've played you a lot of games, and I know you have a kind of inclination not to castle kingside early for some reason. I think this should be like white's #1 candidate move in this position. I mean, honestly, like if there's any question of like g5 or f5 Like, these moves are going to be very risky for black, more so than for white. Now, presumably, if I wanted to put my queen somewhere, I would think it would probably be here or here in the center. Not necessarily c2. You have fetishes, I know. Why should I castle? Forget it, man. Ask Uber driver. You castle to connect your heavy pieces and bring them to the center. I would say castle, queen e2, rook e1. If you like to castle queenside, I think it's riskier because black could more easily play something like a6 and b5 than he can play g5. So it's more likely that black could play for counterplay with your king castle queenside than when you're castle kingside. It's not as dangerous to play a6 and b5 as it is to play like f5 or g5. But anyway, okay, queen c2 is not a terrible move, but I don't see a lot of mobility here for your. It's a fetish. You know, you like the classical Nimzo. Probably okay though. And now black plays f5. And you know, okay, this is part of the rationale behind h6. We could argue that h6 enables black to play f5. Speaking of fetishes, you and Uber Driver both have fetishes. We all do, I guess. But if white was able to play knight to g5, of course, that would be a very big problem. I had a similar game against Uber Driver, you know, last week. But here you have an option, and you played like similarly to how I did against him, where I pushed and went for the space with e5. You don't have to do that, obviously. You could pretty much do anything. Castle queenside, castle kingside. The one move I guess I don't really love is pawn takes pawn, because you're inviting his knight to f5, kind of like activating it. Not sure that's a great idea to help him. So pretty much anything else is possible. So you closed it up with e5. You gotta watch, you know, the hippo is like one bishop or the other bishop. You know, one bishop's gonna get you or the other one's gonna get you. You could shut down one, but you can't shut down both so easily. So oftentimes, you know, what's up, Mr. Coffee? Guys, don't forget, support the stream. We had 5 gift subs from Mr. Slow, donation from Morales. We're going to Krakow with the Kraken in July, and I'm broke, and you know, send me some free food. All right, so d5 now. Ugh, this is ugly. Black played d5. See, he did. This doesn't really make sense to me necessarily. Against me, he played something like more dynamic. It was a different position, but essentially, Uber Driver went for like. Okay, my position was slightly different, but he went for a more. Well, our analysis was like knight c6 or something in a similar case. Knight c6 here would threaten, in some cases, knight b4. No, well, not really. Maybe. You gotta watch your queen. There's check. Then he has another knight to go to c6. Against me, he played like knight d7, kind of keeping attention. This bishop is open here. So, does the hippo player really want to play d5? Now, one bishop is spatially buried, and the other one is temporarily blocked by the pawn at d5. So I don't know. You know, this Nimzo approach, he could do that, but it's not so scary. I think there you do castle queenside, probably. And your double pawns aren't really a liability. So you're good, you're better. But I have a feeling about this, like, alright, he wants to kind of keep the position closed. But the fact is, his bishop on g7 is just smothered. Now you played c takes d. I'm not sure if I like it. But on the other hand, what are your options? Keeping the tension somehow? You know, B3, not a Schumacher move, but it's probably not that stupid. You know, if we were to play like B3, let's say this, 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 this. This pawn's a little weak, but I still like white. You know, I mean, I don't know. But okay, pawn takes pawn. He takes with a knight. Now, obviously, he can take with the pawn. That's an interesting question. You get a knight on b5, and then c7 is attacked, and you have the threat of coming in here. He has to go with a face hugger, defending against this face hugger on b5, and it looks really nasty for black. Okay, so he plays knight takes, and now knight takes, and now bishop takes. Queen takes is bad because of queen takes c7. He has to take with the pawn or the bishop. He maintains the blockade of d5. His bishop is active, but you have more space. You have the c file. White seems better. Rook c1, still non-castling fetish. You're definitely not castling queenside now. And black plays c6. So he has the wooden shield. Not really a wooden shield, but Hikaru likes to use the term for the bishop on d5. What does white do about the d5 square? Right. No, I mean that's why I was suggesting maybe b3. You know, I don't know if I like c takes d5 for white, you know. Mr. Slow, I think this is a complex position. And white even has to consider this is like early it looks like an early acerbate position, but would it be crazy to consider trying to smother black with c5? Even this shouldn't be ruled out, because white has a massive space advantage here. B3 just like, you know, discourages this, so we keep control of d5. And he doesn't really want to trade off his bishop. There's nothing easy for black to handle, keeping the tension. But I still think that white is better, you know, even after losing the d5 square. The space is space. So rook c1 here. It's a little bit like kind of like a Karo Khan, you know, advanced variation where, yeah, okay, the d5 square is black's, but still, black is still worse because he ultimately just has like less space. White is gonna have to be careful. Here he played a3, defending pawn. Now black plays knight d7. So we're gonna have to play around the bishop on d5. But we may be a little short of moves to open position up. I mean, g4 is major. I think this is getting a little ridiculous now. You definitely should castle now. I mean, seriously, Schumacher. I mean, at this point, I can't imagine, like, why would you not castle? All right, bishop c4, not a bad move. Challenging the bishop on d5. Posing a serious problem. Okay? Black's going to have to leave it there. He played rook c8 now. And you're threatening to infiltrate his position with queen c6. Which is going to be kind of unpleasant, but maybe black can manage. So what if he castles? You're going to do this. He's going to take with the pawn. You're going to like infiltrate here. And then his e6 pawn is hanging. Meanwhile, you control the c file. His knight has only b8, and he can't do that. His bishop is totally shut in. Your bad bishop is better than his good bishop on g7 at the end of the day, because the space advantage is so significant. Mr. Ginger X has followed. Thanks for the follow. Don't forget to invite your friends and enemies. Your frenemies. Yeah, anyway. Alright, so white is still better under all circumstances. Uber Driver plays rook c8 to prevent the incursion. And now white plays bishop takes d5 anyways. Oh man, this is just like we're playing 5 minute to 10 minute time odds in a arena game. But this doesn't seem ideal. He can't take back with a C pawn. So I'm not sure if... But he does have knight f8, knight e6 for the blockading idea. Isn't the hippo fun for black? Queen c7, knight h4. Oof. Random one move threat. What would Morales do here, right? Morales is out there, the biggest world expert on the e5 square. Man, Morales would love this. He would love this. You got the pawn on e5, you have total domination of the e5 square, the possibility of advancing with e6 at some point. Whenever you're ready. There's g4 avalanche, but the dude still hasn't castled. He plays knight h4, then he castles. Okay, you're a weirdo. Don't castle. It's like it's an obsession or something. Knight h4, and now I expected black to play knight f8. But it's like, what's the point anyway? Because you can't go here without dropping g6. So he plays king f7. And then e6 check must be tempting, right? You could play e6 check, but is it worth it? Probably not. So you wait. You castle. It must have hurt to castle, huh? Does it really hurt? Can't believe you castled. It's already move 19. It's only move 19 and you castled kingside. Rook h e8. And I would be very tempted to try to sack here with queen c2, but it's very telegraphic. If you play queen c2, everybody knows what you're trying to do, including your opponent, and he'll probably go back, and then you can try maybe like going for g4. I mean, I would think like if you sacked the piece here, you would have compensation, but is it worth it? With the two connectors rolling, I mean, I'd rather be white, to be honest with you. But it's still like black probably has a defensible position. So you play king h1, just to clear the g file, knight f8, and then b4, clamping down on the queen side, queen d7. Can we get on with it already? Rook g1, h5. He's doggedly hanging on here. Knight f3, bishop h6, rook c2, knight e6. So you're basically trying to threaten this. You failed. So you've got a secondary plan over here, g3, and now black played b5. I don't know about that move. I think he kind of panicked there. You know, like, why play b5? It doesn't seem necessary. It's not like he's going to maneuver his knight to c4 or something. You know, it's one thing if his knight is like on d7, he's playing b5 and he's going knight here, then I can understand it. But I don't really understand why black plays b5 here. It's not like white is threatening b5. I don't see why we should do this for Uber Driver. I think it's a mistake. I played b5. And then you went queen b3, and he played here and offered a draw. Well, yeah, good luck with that. He has more time than you, but you're obviously still better. You couldn't break through. Rook c7, rook c3. So I think you failed over here. You know, he should have been dead already. Honestly, Uber Driver. I mean, Bijak. You're playing the time. But the game itself, I think you should have executed him already with g4 and the sack on f5. But you're trying to be practical, to play for time. I think he's hanging on here. But it looks like now he let his defenses down. This, to me, is a very serious situation. We're threatening knight f5. How does he play bishop f8 here? It's like he's totally 100% ignorant of your threat. He has 4 minutes to your 2. I'm sorry, but, you know, I think he's defending. I know you're not in a hurry, but I think you should have been, because his position is holdable, objectively. You know, he just defended poorly. I mean, bishop f8, why? You know, it's like he's not aware that you have a threat of taking on f5. I mean, this looks very dangerous for black. Why would he allow you to play knight takes f5? You know, at least, like, move his king out of the way or something, so your queen helps protect some stuff. He might play bishop f8 later. He could free this up. Bishop f8 is an aggressive move, but he needs to defend against your threat of knight takes f5. h3, g4, how do you stop that? I don't know, but I think it would be better to play king g8 and use the rook here. Your king is there on h1. It's not that simple. And, you know, at the end of the day, your bishop is restricted by your own pawns. You have some white square weaknesses. I don't dispute that you're better, but I'm not sure it's like a walkover if he defends actively and correctly. But this move is just totally stupid. You know, you should sack right away here. I would definitely play knight takes f5. And there's no way in the world that black is okay here after queen takes f5 check. Because your 2 pawns are worth a piece. These 2 pawns are worth a piece, man. Wow. I mean, I'm just telling you, there's no question about it. His king is decisively opened. You have massive, massive chances. Okay, the computer says +1. But I mean, you're talking about black has to defend perfectly to be just +1. And that's not likely. So, okay, h3, bishop e7. Now you sacked. Well, fine. You did it. And it's even, oh, now it's even like winning by force. Yeah. So bishop e7 is second blunder. That's a really naive move, and he's just overlooking a simple tactic. Yeah, terrible. Terrible. And the guy had 4 minutes to your 1.5. I mean, you're 4 minutes to 2, and he overlooks knight takes f5. He's usually a good defender. I don't know. He must have been phased by your berserking or whatever. He can't stop you. Yeah, he could stop you. He could play like knight to g7. He could play knight g7 any day, you know. Okay, you're going to play g4. But he still has ways to defend better. You know, even this. I guess rook g1 is coming. But anyway, his timing is terrible. You know, I mean, bishop e7 is awful. Now he's totally lost. This isn't even close. You have a massive space advantage and you're up a pawn. Phew. It's awful. Now here I don't think you should play knight d6. It's a pity though that your rook isn't, you know, in position to come over, because then it would be like lights out. How about knight h4? He's got no entry. You could just simply play knight h4 here. And this is crushing. I don't think he has a move. He'd have to give up his rook. Or maybe like allow you to go knight g6 check, which looks terrible. So this looks even better. This at least like lets him trade off his crappy bishop. I would think he'd have like some practical chance. And now this move really going after your pawn though. Bishop g1. Nice idea. I was expecting you to triple-lize. So for example, rook c1, queen takes c6, rook here, threatening mate down the file. Now black has a hard time defending, but this is a nice idea. That's more like a Morales strategy, using the e5 square. It's nice. Space advantage, just way too much. walking him up. Ooh. Rook f5. It's a funny tactic. Rook h4. Boom. This is protected. What a coincidence. But you're going to have to be careful because of rook takes h3 check. So maybe, you know what? You should have just played queen takes g7. I say don't take any chances here. I get it though. Queen takes, bishop takes, king takes. And your point would be that d7, he has rook h8. But I think you're winning. You know, rook takes c6. Here, rook d6. And you take his pawn. I mean, there's no way that black is going to survive. So bishop takes g7 allows rook takes h3 check, which I wouldn't want to allow if I had no time. But it doesn't save him. But you have to find a really tricky move now. King g2, dropping your rook. And man, this is pretty nice. Because you have bishop e7. But that wasn't easy. You're down to 15 seconds. To be down to 15 seconds there. You know, and he's going to sack his last pieces to try to, like, win on time. Now you got him in a mating net. You should just advance the pawn, I guess. How does he get mated? Oh, you take the pawn. You made a lot of moves here. The guy has to sack his rook, and you have 7 seconds left to checkmate him. But he's down to 9 seconds himself. He has his increments, right? No, there was no increment. Okay. It's no increment. Yeah. So he gets mated. Okay. Epic game. Epic game. I love these type of videos. I know, Mr. Ginger, thanks for following. I noticed you followed. Well, okay. We can call it a video. But I'm live, so feel free to ask questions. I also do like videos for other projects. But, you know, keep in mind, Panda, wake up. Keep in mind, we're live here, so that advantage gives us a little bit of leverage to answer stuff directly. I'm analyzing, subscribers' games. So we got, Ars is not here, but we can still take a look at the game. You have to be a subscriber to analyze games, and I think we're full for today. I only can do like 10 games. If you'd like to subscribe, please subscribe. Alright, next game. Ars Lila. This was a game that Arsenal submitted by Lila. Alright, it's a long game. Ars isn't here, but I'm going to take a quick look. I do the games in the order I see them, or they were submitted. I delayed Ars. This is a win by white, by Lila. But we'll see what he had in mind here. A variation of the Nimzo. No, I don't earn. Side hustle. Alright. D4. So this is the computer, engine Lila. Playing white. I think it was Horvath. No, it was Pinter Jozef who pointed this move out to me. But I'm not necessarily a believer. I don't know what the deal is with 94. I've actually never played this with black, and I've never faced it, or never played it against it with myself with white. Queen c2 would possibly transpose. Yeah, what's the deal with 94 statistically? Only 81 games. Very early. Really, what other options do we have? Bishop d2, queen d3. Queen c2, f5. And we transpose to a classical Nimzo. Well, actually, you know, it's kind of a hybrid of knight f3 and the two knights variation and a classical Nimzo. I'm not surprised there's a few players who have played g4 here. But that looks kind of crazy. So now black is starting to double the pawns. You know, it may not be that bad for white. So most people play g3 or e3. Peter plays g3. Black now plays c5. I don't know. I don't remember Arsenal. Let's see what he wrote here. I can't write. Arsenal. Fan. Richard. He said, Leela was white, incredible game. Okay, that's it. That's all the info I have. So I don't know who was black. But this c5, it feels a little bit, I say nothing, but I am here. Okay, Sergeant Schultz. So c5, I know Mr. Slow is a big fan of Hogan's Heroes. c5, that was my grandfather's name, by the way. Schultz. German on both sides of the family. c5, feels like black's making too many, like, bishop pawn moves in an early stage of the game here. You know, like he's playing the Clarendon court or something. I think that's pushing it a little bit too far. I don't see like c5 as a really good move for black. You could see like most people played more Queen's Indian style. This is, wow, Carlsen Ivanchuk. Okay. Turov several games. No, I mean c5 is a little bit over the top. Mr. So just gifted a tier 1 sub to Mr. Ginger. Alright, that was very kind. Mr. Slowhand Grind has gifted 1,157 gift subs in the channel. Yes. You know, so maybe black just better off doing like b6 or whatever. White just simply plays bishop g2, queen a5. Yeah, this feels like a human or something. I don't know. And my first instinct would be to sack a pawn. Sack a pawn. See, there's a game where someone castled. Now, do you guys want to guess? Who castled? Vasily or Babakuli? I mean, castles is the gutty way to play it. Both are old games from 93 and 94. Ivanchuk castled. That's what I would do. Babakuli played bishop d2, but I mean, this move is kind of... It's a little bit cowardly, I would say, you know. We want to play for the initiative here. Ivanchuk beat Agdestein, Magnus's future coach. But Anjan Leela plays d5. Wow, so that's even more extreme. Also sacrificing at c3, but not even getting the king out of the center. Whoa, dude. This is like taking Ivanchuk to the next level. Mr. Ginger. Yeah, send it along, and we'll try. So d5 is I've never seen like anything exactly like this before. Knight takes c3, sacking a piece, and white just castled. That is pretty neat. He just fully sacked the piece, the knight goes back, and then plays a3. So the point is the bishop is trapped. It's not exactly a piece sacrifice necessarily in a pure sense. Now black tries to find a way to navigate the position, so he plays queen a6, giving the bishop retreat square at a5, keeping the pin here. So black defending, of course, in a materialistic way. Now, if white could simply take on b4, and white's got to consider making this a full rook sacrifice, by the way. Like, pawn takes b4 is a very thematic, Kurt Richter-like, Mr. Slow reference, a very thematic full rook sacrifice. You know, I would say something like this. I mean, but it's unclear if white has enough compensation. I mean, it's a whole rook we're down here for a pawn or two and coordination. It's a little bit extreme, so maybe Leela doesn't intend to sack a full rook. Plays knight g5, knight g5, bishop g5, bishop a5. But we are down a knight, not a rook at this point. Now b4. Yeah. And you can't take because you lose the piece back. So that's a pretty big initiative we're talking about here for a knight. But no material. A whole knight down. And now white plays b5. And now there's this square, or this square. Wow. So I would think queen d6. The computer, or I mean whoever was black here, I don't know if it was a human or another engine, played b6. I don't know why I'm like drawn to this square, but it allows bishop f4, but that allows e5, so I feel like this makes a bit more sense somehow. More central. You can come back to f8 where the queen kind of gets back in the game. Oh no. No, not a chess. Alright. So I'm just going to go through this quickly and see what happened here. So he plays queen b6, a4, trapping the queen in some variations of a5, and e4. Long term, okay, the queen better go to d6. He still doesn't go to d6. Castles, f4. This is kind of sick. And then pawn takes f5. Well, how are those pieces feeling over there? Basically, the board is like cut in half, you know? And this bishop will come to d5, sever the board in half. And, you know, I've seen it happen more often, like in the King's Indian, where black has played d6. If you play d6, then the queen is completely shut out. And this is really why I didn't like b6, honestly. The queen should have gone to d6. Alright, d4. Check, see, cutting the board off in half. Now, all these pieces over here are shut out of play, except for the queen. Key 1, and you're back in the game. So we've got bishops, queen, 2 rooks, and black has a queen, a rook, and a bishop, but really these three pieces are completely out of the game for black. Massive pawn, yeah, this is just a crush. Positional crush. And then pawn takes. I'm sure that rook takes is good as well. I mean, I would guess that white is a human. I'm not sure, you know. It could have been Arsenal fan himself, I don't know. Black's sort of getting some counter chances here, finally. Looks like black's threatening to hang on, having activated some pieces there. So it wasn't really a one-way battle, ultimately. Black virtually came back. It's probably too little, though. There are threats, maybe, over here. But I'm surprised by how much counterplay Black was able to generate in this game. So it ended up being like a really long battle. Which really makes me feel like this is probably a computer playing Black, to be honest. Judging by how much counterplay that Black actually got in this game, most likely Black was an engine as well. So, okay, yeah. But anyway, really fantastic piece sacrificed by the computer in the opening. I mean, here, this for me is the most significant part of this game. I mean, d5, allowing knight takes c3, and then just not recapturing. I mean, he could certainly just play here, takes, bishop d2, and then sack a pawn, you know, and have, okay, I have compensation for my sacrificed pawn, but the computer sacks a whole piece. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So, Mr. Ginger sent us a wonderful link from the evil chess site, which I don't like, but I will try to get this game if possible. Let's do let's see, share. No, I don't want to share. I don't want to download. I just want the PGN. Yeah, download. Let's see if we can grab it. Very annoying. Very annoying chess site, that is. Copy. Play tools analysis board. Learn, study. My studies. Add a new study. Add a new chapter. Alright, I actually got it. No evil chess site games. Guys, know better than that. We don't do that here, but I'll make an exception. The site is not pleased. The site is not pleased. Alright, so this is a very long game. But Mr. Slow was excited. It's a King's Indian. God, I haven't seen a classical King's Indian since I don't know when. So we're taking a look at the black side of a Mar del Plata variation, which I don't know when the last time I saw this was. My God. So all right, I quit playing this line in like 1990 because I decided, and Mr. Slow probably doesn't agree with me, but I decided that the position was playing me. You know, I wasn't playing the position, and that's why I quit playing the black side of the Mar del Plata. It felt like I'm not really playing chess. I'm just like, you know, following these lines like forever. So I stopped playing knight c6 around 1991 because of that reason. But okay, it's fine. You've really got to know a lot of stuff, and why do I keep getting messages constantly from the Discord? It's just every 5 seconds. What is going on over there? James Canty? Does he upload a video every 3 minutes or something into my channel? Let's see. Knight e1. This is considered to be main variation. And now knight e8. So there's two moves. Knight d7, knight e8. I don't know. You know, Mr. Slow knows more than me. Knight e8. Bishop e3. And then f5 and then f3. This is what Korchnoi used to play. I have a friend who's really good player, and He played this line with white, a couple friends actually. Remember once he beat Hikaru's stepdad. How did Hikaru start playing the King's Indian, right? Well, his stepdad, who's like an emotional, like, child, but also a national master, played the King's Indian and taught Hikaru, his openings in the beginning. So Hikaru got this repertoire, like the Grand Prix attack and the King's Indian defense, from his stepdad. But somehow, he became a world-class player, despite the emotional handicap of his stepdad. The King's Indian is not a bad opening. But anyway, my friend played Hikaru's stepdad. I remember beat him really badly in this line because he just didn't understand it deep enough. White has quite strong defensive chances on the king's side if he knows how to play. Alright, so g5. I don't know, if this is the best move or not. Again, I default to Mr. Slow, who's probably a bigger expert, but this statistics seem to show h5 having a slightly better score. I mean, if we play h5, do we induce white to do something stupid, like play bishop h4, and then we play bishop f6 or something? We're going to do h5 and g5 anyway. I've never really analyzed this position. Back when I played the black side, this hadn't really become that trendy yet. Your 1570, well, I mean, yeah. Probably this isn't a great opening to play, but, I mean, for a 1570, it's too sophisticated. c5, and now knight f6. So it looks like h5. And then the idea is if white does something stupid like that, I guess we would play bishop f6 and trade off our bad bishop. So it's like a trap, a sort of positional trap. You're still going to do the same g5 anyway. But that's one idea anyway. c5 and now knight f6. So it turns out that this knight is an important defender. One of the reasons why you play knight e8, is to hold up that. This is white's plan, invading along the c file and then eating his way in. So knight on e8 usually stays on e8. And oftentimes the other knight might maneuver to g6 or possibly king h8 and knight g8. But I think you have to be very careful here about white infiltrating on the c7 and d6 squares. So that's why this is not typically played. We need that knight to defend a square and this square. So now you're going to be in trouble. White played king h1 because he was afraid. Not clear you have an immediate threat. So it looks like most people played rook c1 now, which is most effective. And we do get some transpositions here, but white has quite a good score. There's a Shanklin game with white in 2012. That's a long time ago. Yeah, not a lot of high-level games. Basiocic with black. That's about it. An old Sahovic game from 2001, but no real high-level guys. I think knight f6 is kind of weird. All right. Now a4, and you're following this exact game in the correspondence. This is a correspondence game from 2020. And now you played rook f7, which looks reasonable. I mean, that is a standard maneuver. Anytime white plays a4, I mean, you've got to consider this, but it's not good. Again, the dude won't stop. What is that guy doing, dude? He's like constantly posting videos in my stream. It's really annoying. Something's got to stop the Canty guy. Just continuously posting videos in my Discord channel. Make him stop. I don't think we want to play a5. Alright, we've got to defend. So rook f7 looks good. There was a game here with h5 where black just went about his business. This is the plan. Rook f7, bishop f8, g4, Mr. Slow. So a4, rook f7, take, and now he's going to be coming in here with knight b5, trying to hit your a7. And I think that White's normal strategy might be to come in and try to take the a7 and take your bishop out. So if you just do whatever, knight b5, you do whatever, comes in here, he's going to pick off your bishop. And the point is, when you go to attack him later on, if you don't have a white square bishop to sacrifice on h3, a lot of times the attack isn't successful. So this white square bishop plays an important role on that diagonal. I'm just talking like strategically. There are cases where black can be good anyway, but I mean, we want to try to keep this white square bishop if we can. So there's even cases where black like would sack here. And this particular position might actually work. Because look, bishop takes f2, b6. Oops, your bishop's trapped. Isn't that convenient? Rook takes a7. Bishop b8. Now what? We should be able to trap it. Well, we would have at least this, right? Picking this off. But okay, probably it's good for black. Anyway, I just want to illustrate what happens there. a5, and now you're still in book. That's pretty good. Still in book here. a5, bishop d7. And then my old teammate, Pal Petran, had a game with white in knight e5. Same exact position. Pal played knight b5. No, Narciso played knight b5. Pal played knight c2 here. Interesting. That knight is usually going to stay there and probably protect the king's side. So I don't see knight c2 a lot in these type of positions. Narciso's move, your opponent's move, seems more natural. And now you give up your white square bishop. Without that white square bishop, there's no sacking the bishop on h3. And black went on to beat Mark Narciso, who's a Spanish grandmaster. He played g4. I mean, wow, 2 wins here for black. I don't know what Mr. Slow thinks, but I'm seriously a little unconvinced. What about Korchnoi? Yeah, f takes g4. There's a famous game that Korchnoi played with white, where he took on g4 and sacked his pawn on e4, right? I can't remember who it was against. I should remember. Korchnoi liked to take over the light squares, so knight takes e4. Well, I don't really want to lose my dark square bishop either. But if you play bishop g1, Mr. Slow is going to like checkmate you or something. Wow. So white was clearly better here. Bishop d3. Knight takes f2 check. Rook takes f2. White was clearly better and went on to lose this position in this game from 1996. Yeah, I think this is a huge moment in this game, guys. So you actually played h5. May or may not be inferior, because g4 allows pawn takes pawn. And I think this is actually good for him. So, I don't know, you have to be a pretty strong 1500 to know that, but this game should not be trusted. This is actually good for white after knight takes c4. Again, I know that from Korchnoi game. h5. Yeah, this looks... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like the look of knight c2. So... one idea, potentially is rook a3, defending laterally. I think white should also consider, c6. I mean, opening up the light squares. But this move looks kind of slow. And I'm not sure what it does, you know, it's like... Never ever give up your light square bishop. Yeah, I mean, you'll even, like, sack the exchange with rook takes a7 or whatever, in a lot of cases, to give up, you know, to not give up your light square bishop. So Mr. Slow knows what he's talking about. 90 degrees angle has followed. But yeah, this move is awkward. I mean, and where is it going, like, exactly? And how long is it going to take to get there? You know, it looks like, wow, white has all the time in the world. I didn't like Petran doing it either. So black just goes on about its business. So you will have some threats on the dark squares. But I think the problem is, like, what happened to Hikaru's stepdad, essentially, is that Hikaru's stepdad ended up in a position like this. And then eventually, well, I don't remember how it happened. But, you know, it's very hard to break through. You know, there's no bishop sack on h3. In many cases, it's hard to break down white's defensive shelter. I do remember that game that I'm thinking where my friend beat Hikaru's stepdad. One of the features of the position was the fact that stepdad didn't have a light square bishop with black, and my friend was able to crush him after consolidating his king's side. Bishop f8, b4, rook g7, knight a3. Okay, that's a long route. And now g3, and now bishop g1. Yeah, so now how do we get in? gh2. Yeah, see, your opponent is pretty smart. He doesn't even take the pawn on h2, but he's like hiding behind it. Bishop f2. Now, this is obviously a danger. h4, rook e1. Now, I expected you to play knight h5. But supposing you even get your knight to g3, white will not take it. He could just simply play like king h2 or something. You know, there's a lot of cases like that. So white has quite a few defensive resources. Anyway, we'll see what happened here. You tried to open it up, but the white squares are not really yours. You don't have a domination on the white squares. You have superiority on the dark squares. See the white squares? Your department is the dark squares. You have superiority on dark squares. So all of your pieces can use the dark squares, whereas white square bishop cannot. So here now, it's hard to attack. You may have won this game, but I don't think that both sides handled it really right. Ultimately, I don't like his knight. You know, knight never really played. The rook never really played. That rook could have been like a defender laterally. See, this is a good plan. I was expecting you to go bishop h4. Although, you know, this move might be good. This is your bad bishop. So you should strategically be interested in exchanging it for his good bishop. And now, uh-oh. But, I mean, I can see where this is going. You know, maybe. But maybe he can just hang around. I don't know, though. Maybe not. You got too many threats. Too many threats. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Like, knight f1 check. For example, knight f1 check, rook f1, knight g2. That could be a problem. Or maybe just nothing fancy, you know, knight g6, whatever. But he has no means of defending h3. Yeah, so I guess he has to take. And now the question is, can you break down the white squares? I don't know. Maybe it's too much. His king is too exposed. Check. Here you ended up in a position where it's classic. You're better again. You're winning because you have opposite color bishops. You gave up your good bishop, but he had to give up his good bishop as well. So when you end up in that situation, both sides have forfeited their good bishop. It's really a case of, like, who has the initiative. Your attack on dark squares or his attack on the light squares. And he just, his bishop is less active. You can go in here. Your pieces are better coordinated. His knight and his rook never really got in the game. And he just loses. All right. That's decisive. That's decisive material. Nothing to see here, folks. By the way, that's protected. Okay. Yeah, you may have had a little trouble. That was a nice move. Queen h4 couldn't break through. You're gonna win anyway. All right. Nothing to see here, folks. This is winning. Okay, interesting game. It was a classic, kind of classic King's Indian. Final position, yeah. I mean, it's over. All right, thanks, Mr. Ginger. Now, on to our other games. Morales has been waiting. Acerbate, wait. Acerbate, waiting. All right, Acerbate with white. Guys, we have just humored this new viewer. King's Indian Defense rules. Yeah, sure. Antonio, who plays the French defense and the Petrov. And what else now? Mr. Solid. Alright, Asterbate's playing white. He's kind of getting the hang of this Nimzovich opening. With b3 and knight f3. Bishop b2, b6. Okay. That's kind of weird, but how bad can it be? Okay. b6, e3, bishop b7. So it's like a symmetrical English now. Very well. Symmetrical. Early Zoltan Almashi, 1992. 4 years before I first stepped foot in Hungary, where I live, obviously, now. Why do you live in Hungary? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I'm always joking with everybody about this, but I live in Hungary so I can pass on the savings to the consumer. So if anybody's interested in lessons, I've stationed myself here in Hungary so I can charge less than my American competitors. I pass on my savings to the consumers. So c4, d5. Hello. We've got a relatively normal symmetrical English. Now, Acerbate, what is your thought when the opponent plays this? It's the Scandinavian? Everything is normal until that, and you're like, wait a minute now. All right. You smell a rat? Suspect any ghosts? Acerbate's probably... thank God you didn't play a3, man. I know you must have thought about it. This would be like the second, secondary, option. You're in trouble after a3. It's very passive. The point is, if pawn takes pawn, knight b4, you have relatively strong shot here with bishop b5 check. There's no tricks for black. So he takes, black has to take back, and now his queen is out in the middle of the board. The question is, how bad is this? It's interesting. I don't think it's that bad. In fact, what we have here, boys and girls, is a failure to commit. No, that was Apocalypse Now, or I think. What we have here is a hedgehog with colors reversed. White is the black side of the hedgehog, black is the white side of the hedgehog, but black is down a move because he's black. Cool hand, Luke. Is that where it originates? Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I'm not up to date on my old westerns. What is hedgehog? It's a small animal that's basically like a porcupine, and it rolls up in a ball. It has little spiny things like a hedgehog. like a hippo. Yeah. Cool hand look. I have to watch that again. The hedgehog is an opening formation where you have spiny spines like this. So I'm playing like D3, A3, G3, E3, D3, B3, A3, So all the spines control all these squares, and if you touch it, it hurts you, So it's very hard to grab the hedgehog. Oh, Mr. Cool Hand, that's a new name for Mr. Slow, Mr. Cool Hand. C takes d5, knight takes d5. Sorry, queen takes d5. Now, Asterbay played bishop c4, but I don't know. This is a very tempting move. You can always default to a hedgehog. Like bishop e2, you got the spiny porcupine, everything's cool. You got your a3. Black's got to be careful because he's king in the middle of the board. Playing an opening where he's a tempo down. Pretending he's white when he's black. It's not easy to do that. There's this diagonal. You got to watch out. Knight f6 probably. But I don't know if bishop c4 is the right move or not. On the other hand, if you play knight c3, your knight gets in the way. Now, I know the hedgehog because I played the hedgehog quite a bit with black and even with white. But one variation is interesting where it goes like knight c6, queen f4, in this case queen f5. There are lines where black in the hedgehog typically plays something like this. And it's kind of curious, right? We're trading off an active piece with a piece that's not developed. So it's like a bargain, It's a deal. Like, okay, I'm trading queens, but you've wasted time like developing your queen. So I'm trading off developed piece, gaining a tempo in the process, essentially. But I don't think that's enough for white to go for an advantage. I want to open the position, but both sides have their king in the middle, so like d4. I don't know. Is this not easy to say? Anyway, okay, bishop c4, queen d6. This looks like a good retreat square. Also, d7, but, we've got to watch for forks. So d6 looks like a logical move, but what about your knight hitting that queen? You tried it. Knight here. Keep in mind the bishop could come back, and then black does the unthinkable, right? The unnameable. It's like a Lovecraft short story. Yeah, I mean, let's just pretend f7 is protected, okay? You don't do this. You don't castle queenside in the hedgehog, okay? This king doesn't have sufficient protection. The pawns are moved up, and white has a half of a file here. Black is dead before he even got out of bed. So castles basically loses by force, and without even considering the fact that f7 is hanging, his king position is lost after castles queenside. This is the equivalent to resigning, because ultimately it's just too easy for us to open lines against this enemy king here, and your king is going to be pretty safe on g1. So black has to make a sensible move, e6 or knight f6, and that's maybe even a6, preventing knight b5, but something sensible, not castles queenside. That's crazy. So here you took on f7, but I wouldn't be surprised if you have a better move. Tempting though, isn't it, to go for knight g5? Probably a mistake. Yeah. Okay, so bishop f7. The nice thing about this is you prevent any kind of queen g6. Queen g6 hitting the g2. Black could try to grab the initiative, so to speak. This, more importantly than winning a pawn, what does this do? Because there's more important things than material. Most things are more important than material. Bishop takes f7 does several things. It breaks up his pawn structure, and it also weakens his king safety, I think, in terms of this diagonal. So this is way more important than winning a pawn, what you've achieved here. You've broken in, another access route, essentially to his king, broken in his pawn structure. Knight b4. Dude, I think you should seriously consider freaking castling, But then knight d3 comes in. That might be like somewhat annoying. You would probably have to put your bishop on a3. So thus we see d4. But keep in mind your king and his king are both in the twilight zone here. By the way, if black tries bishop a6, cutting you off from castling, you have just, if nothing else, you have coming back, and that's probably okay. Breaking the diagonal, his control of the diagonal. So he plays pawn takes pawn. Now his king is open on a half open file. You can simply recapture, or you can look for, door number 2. Monty, what do we have behind door number 2? Maybe knight b5. I bet like Leela would come up with something creative here. You went for door number 2. I think you got to watch the c2 square. Objectively speaking, maybe pawn takes pawn isn't exciting, but I think a reasonable option. So you went for knight b5, the more exciting move. Black plays now what? Queen c6, queen c5, queen f6, queen d7. That's about it. I will point out there's an important point here, and I said point 6 times, but if he goes here, obviously queen c6 is no good, so knight takes a7 check. If he goes to c5, keep in mind this works because queen takes check, bishop takes, and you don't get forked by knight to d3. So he cannot go to c6 or c5. He has to go to d7 or f6 or h6. Maybe h6 is the safer option. So f6, hitting your bishop, that makes sense. Now what? Now what? Bishop takes d4, drops a piece. You have check. You have queen check. I feel like I'm playing charades. Queen c1 check. He can interpose something on c6. The simplest solution is like probably just taking his knight, I mean, he's going to have to recapture at some point. But you played a weird move now, bishop h5. It's not bad, but it's a little precarious. So I would be focused on something a little bit simpler. This check also very tempting because he has to interpose one of his, you have this. So he has to go like bishop c6 or something. But I don't know, there's a fork here, and your bishop's hanging. So the situation is very complex. So you play bishop h5, and now he goes e5. Your point is what? Bishop g4 check? Well, let's say he takes. What are you going to do? What are we going to do? I mean, if you do bishop g4 check, okay, his queen's hanging. No, it's out. He cannot take because of the queen hanging. Alright, no, bishop h5, it's a reasonable move, but I still don't like your king in the center. e5, castles, yes! King safety. Single most important principle in chess. Don't forget it. King b8. Looks like our opponent also understands this. And now it's kind of a almost normal position. You're just way ahead in development. E takes d4. And now black is overwhelmed. So what's the deal here? At the end of the day, you have two pieces that are unprotected in precarious positions, but you're up a pawn. You're up a clear central pawn. Your king is a little bit safer than the opponent's king. And you have a lead in development. So I think it's good, you know. His only hope would be like double attacking your hanging pieces, but it's hard to see how he's going to do that. So he plays this. This is an attempt, in a way, right? He's trying. But you have knight e5. This is so good. You protected h5, and you blocked his threats against that. And now his only chance would be like a sleazy move, which is what he did. Threatening mate in 1. But unfortunately, you know, one move threats just don't a good chess game make. You know, it's just too obvious what black's trying to do here. This brutalizes him. It just brutalizes him. It's over. Not only do you defend mate, you're like taking away his only kingside defender. You're watching my stream for the first time. Whose game is he looking at? No, this is one of our viewers, Asterbate. It's a 1700 player with white against a 1700 player with black. Bishop f3 is devastating. You guys should be able to see. Maybe my board... It's there. If you look close enough, you can see the names. It's a game on lichess. Asterbate versus Mitas 113. Bishop f3 is game over. No more threats for black, and you're trading off his only kingside or king protector. You know, this is a good practical move by black. Knight d5, and now what? You've got a family fork on f7. You missed it, or you just decided not to do it. But maybe the first real mistake we've seen from white. You just probably missed it. Knight f7. I know this is kind of materialistic, but it's pretty devastating. There's not much you can do after that. Asterbate does have a tendency to sometimes like neglect development, you know, and this is really not the best move on the board. Bishop c1. I realize your bishop is restricted by the pawn at d4, but you really want to use that file for your heavy pieces. And his queen isn't hurting anybody on g5 now. So I don't think this move is great. You got no bishop f4, that's covered. You're kind of one move threatening him, forcing him to defend f7. This is a mistake. Queen f5. The only bad move he played really this game, bishop c1. Bishop g4, queen e4. Now he's got another sneaky threat. You shouldn't have played that, you know. Here we have other good moves. Rather than bishop c1, you know, just natural development. Rook c1, maybe rook e1, but also just winning material here with knight f7. Lots of options. You undeveloped, he goes here, and now you play this, and now he has one last shot to cheap shot you with a mate here at g2. You didn't need to give him that. And now f3 gets the job done, and then he just loses a piece. Knight e3, you're winning a piece. Takes, and then various ways to win here. Anything. Bishop takes d1, rook takes d1, the fancy move. Fancy, rook takes f8, and then knight d7 check. And then a funny thing happened. Asterbate ran into a smothered mate. That's cute. So black Black has to try king c8 now. But naturally he ran to the corner, and he was expecting his rook to fall, but instead it was mate, and that's why he submitted this game. It's a nice little aesthetic smothered mate in the corner that Black wasn't expecting, but he was lost anyway. Alright, good game. Next is Bisonov Uber Driver. Uber Driver gets his revenge. He gets 2 games today. Uber Driver. What about Morales? We'll do Morales first. Uber Driver's not here anyway. I know Morales has been here. Let's do Morales first. Uber Driver doesn't care. And Sensteg. And Sun Prism. We'll do the players that you guys you're in attendance here. Uber Driver can wait. So Morales is white, and this is one of his trashy time control games. I don't know why Morales plays this time control 3-0. If anyone out there is actually watching me, anything faster than 5 minutes is basically entertainment, but I don't think you should play the time control if you have time to play longer. The minimum time control you should play is 3+2. 3+2 or 5, because I have no time. Yeah, that's what everybody says. I have this friend, he's like a administrator at Harvard, okay? The guy's very smart. And he claims that he only has time to play 2+1, We all have these excuses. Give me a break, okay? You could fit in Centeno games. The bottom line is, it's the adrenaline rush, and you just use the excuse that you don't have time. Alright, so e4, c5, knight c3, d6, f4. We all know that you could play like 1 10-0 game instead of 3 3-0 games, but it's truthfully the adrenaline rush that you're hooked on. And we just don't want to admit it, Oh, no, I don't have time. Yeah. Alright, so f4, Grand Prix attack, and now Black plays knight f6. Night Orf players and Dragon players use this move order with Black, but it's not ideal. It gives White an improved Grand Prix playable. G6 and... Well, G6 is probably the best for Black. And, yeah. Okay, but this is interesting. Knight f6. Now, how bad is knight f6? It's interesting. It's not that often encountered. D6 is playing dubious. Antonio, you're exaggerating. The move is like played by Gelfand and Vacher and all these like really good players. The bottom line is that d6 is probably not as good as e6 or g6 or knight c6, but it's one thing to say it's dubious, it's another thing to say it's not optimal, Dubious has a connotation of like question mark, exclamation. I don't think it's that bad. The basic premise is this. Good players don't really play the closed Sicilian or Grand Prix attack, so we can play a slightly inferior move order against the weaker players for the most part. But if it's good enough for Gelfand, it's got to be okay. Black is okay if he knows exactly what he's doing, but most people don't. That's the problem. This move, however, I don't know. Notably, Vacher has 1 game against Ruben Felgeyer from 2013. Let's see. Who does Vacher play that plays the Grand Prix attack? Hikaru? Maybe? But that's it, Who are you going to face that plays the Grand Prix attack with White? That's like 2700. No, interestingly, Die Hard suggests e5 right away. And, Die Hard laughter, that is. Well, it's a nice tribute to Bruce Willis, but I'll just guess that e5 is playable, but obviously it's not a move that contributes to white's development. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that e5 is the kind of move that might be good in like a bullet game, but it's probably not optimal. So we have, chess is a mathematical game to a degree. We just can't really calculate deep enough to play it perfectly. I'm thinking like there's certain rules you need to follow in the opening, and one of them is like developing efficiently. E5 is not a developing move. Knight f3 is a developing move. Bishop e5 is a developing move. And bishop c4 is a sort of developing move. I think those three are our main candidate moves here. E5 might be good, but it's not about developing. It's about like attacking knight on f6. It doesn't improve our position really. So I'm skeptical of e5. Knight f3 is probably the best. Unlike the bishop moves, we have flexibility to go to either square with the bishop. And I think that's probably advantageous. Other moves include like g3 or something, but it's not testing. Knight f3 is best. Now black should play g6 probably. And he does. The advantage of playing g6 over, say, like knight c6 is that knight can get pinned with bishop b5. If we don't commit that knight, now the bishop b5 doesn't have quite as much meat on it. Black has so many different ways to interpose on d7 and whatever. So I think that e6 is too passive. It feels a little bit passive, So I guess the main line would be like g6, bishop c4. Is that what happened? No. Wow. So you didn't play bishop c4. I think bishop c4 is definitely going to be main line, but Gelfand wouldn't play knight f6 so early. So I think we're going to see like the best players with black playing g6. They're not afraid of d4, by the way, which is an option. Or maybe they're not afraid of d4. This is an interesting question. This is an interesting question, d4. Knight f3, bishop g7. So Morales might have this prepared, I would guess. This is also close to like a modern, could even transpose to a modern defense. Pierce, not Pierce because it's not knight f6, but modern type of line. Yeah, so that's interesting. But knight f6 commits him. Knight f3, g6. Now, I thought you would play bishop c4. That's got to be a common line. But instead you played bishop e5 check. So now he has like 1, 2, 3, 4 different conceivable interpositions here. But undeveloping with knight fd7 is something you see in the Benoni. Bishop d7 clearly like the main move. Wow, so your guy didn't do it. I can't believe it. And he's 2200. It's Razor has followed, and Lupus, Caesar roll. Now this is the move that answers the check. It keeps some control of like e6, and yet your e5 stuff. This is like it's very similar to a c5 Pierz. Austrian c5 Pierz themes start popping up with moves like e6, pawn sacrifices. Who knows? It could be very, very sharp. And the same thing obviously in the game with knight on bd7, but this is not a coincidence that there's no games here, probably. This is like begging for e5, e6. This looks really scary. for black. But at the same time, maybe black can play some pretty crazy defensive move like knight h5. There are crazy lines in the Pierce, the Pierce alert or whatever, like Chernin. Chernin's like 2001 book on the Pierce with c5, Pierce Austrian attack with c5. Crazy variations in those lines, where you get like here takes, knight g5, stuff like that, or a6. But I mean, black is really risking by not playing bishop d7. Oh, so you're saying if bishop d7, then bishop c4. Aha. Okay. But answer this question then. What's the big deal? That you're drawing his bishop to d7. How does that really change things? Your strategic idea. Huh? So there's one game where this was played. Interesting. Maybe black has problems. I don't know. I am going to blame it on knight f6, though, ultimately. If black has problems, it's based on knight f6. He should play... You mean e5, e6. You mean e5, e6. d6, d5, he's... Oh, you mean for black? Oh, well. I think it's also about this, for white. It may be the case that makes harder to play d5 for black, yeah, but I think also you're making your e5 idea stronger with bishop c4. Because it can be a fork, you're playing like bishop takes f7 check and e5, e6. Anyway, alright, so he plays this move. Now e5 is looking very, very complex, but promising for white. This is definitely a possibility. Morales plays castles, and now black plays a6. So, yeah, I would argue that like e5 is way more double-edged, and Morales played here safe move, castles. And if I were black, I want to get the hell out of there, as fast as possible. But if he waits, this is probably coming anyway, almost for sure. So after a6, you could play e5 on the next move. You mean after takes, and e5. This doesn't look that dangerous. So are you saying e5 right away? But it's also doesn't look dangerous. So I'm not sure which position you're talking about. After bishop d7, e5. Well, you can't really play e6 without just losing a whole pawn. So maybe you're going to open up the e-file. I get it. Alright. So, I guess the idea would be like if he goes away somewhere, you'll take here. You'll take here. Maybe something like that. And try to open up the line. Oh, e5 instead of castles. Ah. Well, no. I mean, obviously, this is a very sharp move. Yeah. No doubt. So you castle, he plays a6. You takes. We don't really want to give up the white square bishop, but I still think you're better. But you played very hesitantly. Again, e5 is interesting. If he takes, we have to take back with the pawn. But now you have some pressure here. So I would think like even this would be good for you. Probably even this is good for you. But you played, like slow build up, normal Grand Prix attack. There's no need to really try to blow this guy away. I mean, yeah, but I mean you're still better. You played in a traditional way here. I had a game against Tim Henke where I was black. He's like a 2100. Years and years and years, 8 million years ago. And I just didn't castle kingside. I did... I was white against him. Oh, that's what he did. Okay, he did it. Not me, he did. He just didn't castle kingside. Very similar position. where he basically somehow just like moved his queen and castled queenside, and then it was kind of tricky to attack him. I don't remember if I lost or drew. Maybe it was a draw. I don't remember. Bishop g7, d3, selective memory, and then castles. He castles into it. So yeah, I think Hanky like tried to find a way where he just did like that or something and castle queenside. It's not so simple though. f7 is weak. My position was slightly different. It was like bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6. His bishop was here. So he must have gone queen d7. I've tried to do this with black too. He needs a place to put his queen. Maybe queen c8. But he's castling automatically into the attack here. d3, castles. Yeah, no, this is a very standard position. Queen h4, f5, ready-made attack. Bishop h6, knight g5, etc., etc. Black has to be careful not to get overrun. So there's one game here. Solozhenkina. Well, there is a grandmaster named Solozhenkin. So I don't know if he has a sister, daughter, or a wife, but there might be a relation. It always reminded me of Solzhenitsyn. Solozhenkin. All right, queen h4, and now your attack is coming along. Black plays bishop g4, and that's slow, and it's going to be a piece that he needs or she needs. Mr. Ginger, why do you keep submitting links? What is that? So bishop g4, h3. h3 feels kind of slow. But look at it, this is a 3-minute game. Damn, dude. Talking about overanalyzing something. See, h3 takes away your rook f3, rook h3. So I really don't love to do that. Yeah, I mean, f5 is definitely a consideration. That was played by Monica Calzetta, who, by the way, is from Antonio's native country. And she's now the women's world senior champion. So congratulations to her. She's like the same age as me. She won the world senior women's 50 plus. She's like 51. f5, we played years ago, 30 years ago in Spain. It's not easy getting old. Anyway, Monica played f5. This is slow. Now you don't have a rook lift. And then knight h5. This is definitely not a move I would consider. Knight h5 is not recommended because it gives up control of d5. This is the most important square in the Sicilian defense, and pretty much any e4, e5, or e5, c5 classical openings, or the Sicilian. But to be fair, black has a difficult position now. You know, you can always do like e6. Don't know what to recommend. Batten down the hatches. Jeez. If I were black, what would I do? Lose. Besides lose. Yeah, I don't know. I want to try e6, but I'm afraid of this pin coming in really fast. Alright, he plays knight h5, terrible move. He hopes to trade queens. He just played g4. He went back. He played f5. And that opens this up. It opens this up. It's a blitz game. I mean, don't get Norton no matter what you do. I want to delete it from my computer. It's a virus. Turn on silent mode. Okay. Yes, go away. Die. There's no need for virus software. Microsoft has it under control. Bishop h6 now, trading off his kingside defender. Hit. What about rook g3? Makes your queen feel a little awkward. Yeah. Alright, here, and then b5. It's a little late for that. F6 is gone. You played G5. Well, you don't want him playing F6, I guess, and hanging on. You know, you need to play F6 yourself. You know? But I keep thinking like knight d5. I mean, this is the square. Don't you have like a winning attack here with knight d5? The question would be that, I guess, yeah. See, he might be able to put up some resistance by playing f6 himself. So you play g5, and that maybe it takes some of the defensive juice out of f6. He plays it anyway. But I mean, what else can he do? He's got to play it before you play it. Takes, rook f1. F takes g5, queen takes g5. And then h6. And as they say in the Navy, I've never been in the Navy, but it's starting to creak. Like his boat is starting to creak. Mr. Coffee? Do they say that in the Navy? I don't know. British grandmasters say that. G5, maybe in the British Navy. G5, oof. Yeah, so the more weaknesses, the better. I think that black should pray here to the old ones or something. It doesn't look good. Maybe move the king. How about moving the king? Something, anything, but not g5. I don't like g5. That looks like h4 is going to make things worse. If black could defend, it's beyond now. Yeah, this is a crushing shot. Nice. 97. Yeah. Fork. Kurt Richter approved. Yeah. And then it's just the technicality. You have you only have 1 point of material advantage here, technically. But material is overrated. It's the coordination that counts. That was mean. You could have taken his pawn on d6 with check, but instead you trapped his knight. Yeah. Alright, it got ugly. Alright, moving onward. We got a lot of games today. I got 9 o'clock on the clock. I'm going to take a short break, be right back, and we'll finish up the rest of the games. Stay with us and enjoy these commercial programs while we're waiting. All right, guys. So we were taking a little break there, but we don't have any commercials for you. I'm sorry. So anyway, back to the games. So I got a whole bunch of games still. Wow, I'm not going to do the Bizgyre game. We got too many games from subscribers to do here. So Bison of Uber Driver. Did we do that yet? No. But I was going to do Senseg and these other games first. Alright, so since Uber Driver's not here, Snedsteg, are you here? Subscribers to the stream, including Snedsteg, but not limited to Snedsteg, Sung Prism, Nefidov. Okay, so Snedsteg is a aficionado of pandas. No, Panda. No fruit flies. You're not allowed to eat them. Alright. So, Snedsteg facing... Oh, you always submit a London system game, dude. What's up with that? This is just me? Or Snedsteg constantly tries to... Well, Mr. Ginger may be difficult for you. You know, most people in India, the time zone is bad. But not easy. Alright. So d4, g6, bishop f4. I don't understand why people like to do this no matter what, but the good news is g6 gives us flexibility. You know, unlike d5, where bishop has kind of a open shot there. You know, g6, my favorite is d6, anti-London move, but g6 is pretty good. You know, bishop f4 not particularly effective against g6. And Snedsteg actually playing in a thinking manner here for a couple of reasons. Okay, if white intends to play like a Yubava Versov type setup, which could transpose to a Pirtz, you know, you may do well to not waste time playing, you know, say knight f6 or bishop g7. You can prevent him from playing bishop h6 by not playing knight f6, or you could just move neither of your kingside pieces necessarily until you really see what he's trying to do here. So I think it's important to try to figure out whether white is playing just a conservative, passive style Lasker formation, or he's going to do a more active Jababa type thing. So this move gives us the flexibility to wait and see what white's going to do. And you can see the majority of players now played e3, and black has a winning score. Because good players don't play bishop f4 against g6. Okay, first of all. If I played one d6 and white played bishop f4 anyway, the score would probably be even worse. Good players don't play, you know, some universal opening against everything. You know, I mean, it's not smart. But anyway, knight c3 is probably white's best move here. You don't have the option to play d5, and bishop g7 or knight f6 is going to transpose to Pirtz or modern defense of some kind. So why don't we consider other options? What about something really flexible? There was a nice game where Serbian Grandmaster in my tournament last week, he won a good London with black playing a kind of Philidor type setup. So I think this move is interesting, with the idea of playing e5. Now white can stop you. White can stop you by playing knight f3 here. Garcia Palermo versus Yasser. C6 is not a move I'm hugely a fan of, but that's a plan too. You can play pure style. For that matter, you can play the Kraken, Snedsteg. You can always play the Kraken. A6 and B5. You know, this is totally viable. And maybe A6 is more fluid, giving us options of both B5, bishop B7, and then knight D7. You can't say it here. You better not say it here. And there's nothing American about it. It's just I hate it. What American? It's more like owned by Mormons. All right, so it's a Mormon website. Bishop G7, E3. You want to support the Mormon Church, then, you know, that's fine. By all means, Mitt Romney. No, I don't know. I don't do other chess sites. Bishop G7. I wouldn't associate the evil chess site with a country necessarily, you know. It happens to be owned by some Mormons. All right. So anyway, Bishop G7. This is fine. Is there any downside to Bishop G7? Putting the bishop on the long diagonal? Well, maybe not. Probably not. I mean, you're not allowing bishop H6. But we're back into kind of like standard modern defense. E3. That's a kind of good sign. Mark Hebden likes to play like what he calls what's called the Barry attack, right? Which is like knight C3 and E3 against the King's Indian with the idea of H4, H5. But it's not a King's Indian. So maybe white should play knight F3. I don't know. You know, this unsurprisingly has the best score. Knight F3 prevents E5, and it doesn't commit to E3 or E4. E3, and now he's blocked this potential diagonal. But I think after knight F6, it's like you're transposing directly to a Barry attack, which is actually a little bit dangerous. You know, Hebden has beaten a lot of good players in the Barry attack, and not just Mark, but, you know, Barry. Milner, Barry. That's two different people. Milner and Barry, right? Harry Barry. No, I don't remember Barry. Barry's like a British chess master. An old British chess master of some kind, but Harry Barry. I think you're making a mistake here by playing knight F6 too early. You're like directly transposing to a King's Indian versus the Barry attack. So here you go. A couple of these guys play knight D7, but this makes a lot of sense. You know, why commit to knight F6 and give him the kind of standard lines that he might know. This or Kraken style, the hack and cracks with like A6. Damn, dude, you're asking random questions, Mr. Ginger. All right. Not too many random questions. Try to limit the random questions while we're supposed to be like focusing here on the game and analysis tonight. Knight F6, going into what I would call a Barry attack. And now knight F3. If you castle, you're going to see a massive number of games. Oh, man. You're walking right into it. No. Wow. I can't believe how few games there are here. That's weird. How can there be so few games for white from this position? That's impossible. That's freaking impossible. There's only 5 games where this position has reached. What? That's insane. That's impossible. I mean, this is a like standard position for the Barry attack. How can there only be like 5 games? What are we gonna see? Like a million games? Oop. There's still only 6 games. I don't know, man. This is weird. There should be like way more games from this position. I don't understand. How can there not be more games here? Standard attack. Bishop e2, and then like h4, h5. Oh, I guess it's because the knight's on f3. White's not supposed to play the knight f3 so early. So if we go bishop e2, castles. No, still there's no games. It's unbelievable. There's no games. What the hell? I don't understand how there's no games. I really don't understand this. Looks like a standard position. Is queen d2 the problem? Again, like bishop e2. There's a few more games. Still not a lot. I got no Hebden games in the list here whatsoever. Weird. So queen d2, a6, a4, and now you play knight c6. You know what? I think for the first time we have to consider going knight h5. But when? No, right away. Actually, immediately. Probably you should consider it immediately. I had a game where I fell into this horrible trap. Bishop g5, like h6, bishop h4, and I did g5 too early. But this doesn't work here. He can't do a sack. I had some game where I guess I was castled. That's what it was. Oh, man. It was unbelievable. The guy was like 1,500, and I walked right into it. It was something like castles, g5, knight takes g5. Somehow I was like losing material. But, you know, I don't know. It's like you have to be comfortable with playing these type of positions where like you open the H file. For example, g5, bishop g3, let's say a6, whatever, you know, bishop e2, takes. You don't want to castle automatically. Maybe hang out with a hippo type of formation. Now I will do knight h5. And if I can garner the bishop, I think now, you know, we start to consider it again. And it's like 3 different things that can happen. They can let you take on f4, they can move the bishop to g3, or they can go bishop g5, inducing, you know, like h6 and g5. But you don't have to feel obligated to do that. Okay, knight c6 is a reasonable move here. And then knight b4, he sort of played into that. Although I don't know how stable that outpost is. If I were white, I would probably play bishop c4. Then you have bishop f5. Okay, that looks okay. I say okay too much. Bishop f5, e4. No problem, right? Our knight is hanging. Yeah, so I think he should sidestep that capture with bishop c4, definitely. You could do what you want to do. You can play a5, you can play d5, find some other interesting move, perhaps. But you definitely want to watch for your hanging knight, you know. And I think he's justifying your position by giving up his bishop. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to not take this, you know. I guess he could take with the pawn and try to play for bishop h6. And then if you try to avoid it, no, I think these type of things are oftentimes overrated. I had some really unpleasant game where I got mated by this guy. He did like queen g5, queen h4, knight here. It was weird. So oftentimes we'll have to like let him trade that bishop off, I think. But okay, you did c5 now. That may be a good move, actually. What about this diagonal? Does his bishop come to life now? Like, pawn takes pawn. How much of a problem is this? Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. He trades off his central pawn, but his bishop feels like it's sort of alive, right before it was buried. It's interesting. Your opponent doesn't do that. He plays d5, and now you have a pretty good Benoni with this knight able to capture that bishop at some point. He took back with the pawn. Okay, and now you did knight h5, but I don't think it's appropriate here. So instead of knight h5, what should you play? Well, I think rook e8, is a 2. On the other hand, maybe you shouldn't have rushed for the exchange. I don't know, But if you don't take, he can play bishop c4. So, okay, I guess this is okay. Take, and now either e6, breaking his center. I say you go with e6, and then recapture probably with the bishop. And you're equal. You're not like worse. I think, pretty much. You're close to equal here. If you're worse, it's not by much. The other option is to be a little more active and try to circumvent that exchange, bishop h6, and play for e6. The idea of b5. I like the idea of b5. Die hard. My concern is that it's too slow, but it may be okay. I like this idea a lot, but right now White has a very serious superiority in the center, and I'm afraid that our counterplay might be a little bit on the slow side, but it's possible. It's definitely possible. Maybe this isn't a big deal, and you can do this type of thing. It's definitely a little bit, what's the word, rope-a-dope, but I've seen a lot of Schmid Benonis, and this isn't the worst one I've seen, so maybe White overextends himself, but I feel like White has the advantage in the center, and e6 is about, it's like b5 doesn't really undermine his center like it would in a Benko or something. These are very powerful central pawns, and White dominates the middle of the board. We don't undermine him by playing b5. We may get some counterplay on the queen side, but the thing is that White has more space, and these pawns are really in our face, just controlling a lot of space. So I think, objectively, another interesting move that's not totally insane would be like e5, but then he won't do this, he'd probably do this and just keep us pinned or something. So I think the thing to do is probably rook e8 with the idea of e6. Let's see what the computer would say. I'm curious. Your b5 move is up there. Shockingly, Snedsek's move is on the board. I'm very surprised by knight h5. My move isn't, although it seems to be fine. And then the suggestion of bishop g4 is also a candidate move. The computer likes a lot, which I really didn't think did much. My problem with this move is sort of multifaceted. Like, I'm not even sure like bishop takes f3 is a big deal. But let's say he goes, I don't know, here. Our bishop is just, now you're going to have to go back and then argue that the knight is misplaced. So maybe bishop h4, this is the idea. Yeah. You're going to force him to move his knight and then pull it back and then threaten these type of things. That's a very sophisticated move. Obviously, White could play knight g1, but it's extremely slow, And any other move is kind of artificial. So that's a pretty cool idea. I think a lot of players would have played this move without thinking, not understanding, I'm trying to be too deep here, but the simple move is actually, it turns out to be pretty good. Driving the knight away from the center This is probably his best move. Alternatively, white could play like queen e3 or something, just intending to recapture with the queen. But I'm surprised by your move. Your move is actually, wow, dude. You're such a psycho. You're not really going to play like f5, are you? Oh, b5, a takes b5, sacking a pawn. Oh. That's another very aggressive plan. I wasn't sure what your intention was with knight h5. Well, you went e5. Aha. This is a nice idea. And so you bring back memories of my game with Vadim Milov, where I played the white side of a Pirc, and I traded off my good bishop with bishop h6. At this point, white has to realize, like, that's your bad bishop on g7. And be like, no, wait a minute. Maybe I didn't really want to play bishop h6. So bishop takes g7 suddenly isn't such a good move. And white has to consider bishop back. Bishop back to e3, bishop back to g5. And that's about all the bishop moves that white has in this position. The other option is to take on e6. He can always take on e6. And that way, like, I guess, you know, the argument would be this exchange is now more sensible. So if pawn takes e6, bishop takes e6, this is reasonable to do now. And the position is still maybe a tiny bit better for white, I don't know. Interesting, but this is the worst continuation. He allows you to play e5, play a King's Indian, and then you go bishop takes g7. So now you have a really solid center on dark squares. You've got knight f4 supported, and you traded off your bad King's Indian bishop. King takes g7. Your position in the center is very solid now. I mean, I guess white is okay, but I think he's lost any advantage, really. And he has to be careful. You talk about f5, and that's double-edged, but going to be a key component of black's counterplay. So, now h3. That doesn't look right. I don't think h3 is the right idea here for white. But what is, you know, probably some good defensive play. I don't know. Feels like a lot of white's pieces are misplaced. I wouldn't mind getting the queens off the board. Yeah, g3, b-jack. g3 is the right move to restrain the knight on h5, but it also weakens the white squares, so it's a double-edged move. I mean, it shows you're thinking outside the box. This is a move that someone who doesn't like the kingside castle is going to suggest. But you have to be careful. Asterbate did this in a recent game. He had some white square weaknesses. There is a white square bishop on the board. Long castle. Yeah, well, not the ideal King's Indian position to long castle. It's real easy for black to open up the lines on the queen side with b5. Probably white has to be pretty creative about king safety here. I don't know. I was thinking about knight e2. I've got to be honest, guys. Maybe g3 is not so stupid, but maybe you could even do like something insane. Knight g1. I mean, am I out of my mind here to play knight g1? Maybe I can play g3 next. You know, this is my idea. But if I play g3 right away, you could go there, for example. Maybe that's not dangerous though. Then knight g5. Okay, so maybe b-jacks g3 is a good idea. This isn't dangerous necessarily. f5. I mean, this is going to be pretty double-edged. But white isn't committed to castling one way or the other. Knight h4, maybe. Knight g1 ideas. I mean, where's the knight going? It's going to have to come back. It's not going to f4. It's not so easy. But probably black is fine. You know, the question is white fine or not. You know, white's on the defensive here. Let's see, h3. Now, I don't know about f5. You're not forced to play f5 yet. You have the other option, obviously, to go here, which would attack g2. Keep this in mind. Like, what does he do against knight f4? You can play f5 anytime, I guess. Maybe you didn't like g4 for real. Maybe this is legit. I still think that black is absolutely fine, you know. I mean, you could play on the queen side if you want to. The old b5 idea. I mean, I don't think g4 is something we should be afraid of. We should actually be okay with it, you know. So what is white going to do after knight f4? So you went f5, and then he plays a very careful move, knight h2. Huh. Black seems better, right? But remember, I mean, we got to be a little bit careful things don't open up too much with our king on g7. Now he went knight f4, and now he doesn't know what to do. He plays this. And now, okay, what do we do? Queen g5 or something crazy? The epic f takes e. The most important moment in the King's Indian is when we decide to push or take on e4, when we play f5. And I think that, like, it's always best to keep the tension as much as possible in most cases. So where's Mr. Slow? He's still here? Or Velimirovich, the Benoni, the King's Indian. Did you see that? What would Velimirovich do, you know? Velimir should be like, sad we traded off the bishop on g7. We don't have two bishops. But I think there's a case to be made here for black to play on both sides of the board. So is white threatening anything? If white's, yeah, exactly. If white's not threatening anything, I like this idea of opening another front on the queen side. Because what is white doing, you know? Right. I think we don't have to do anything, you know. No, I like b5. Opening lines. The guy's king is on e1. c4 might be a possibility in some positions too, but b5 is by far the most natural. Yeah, he's not connected. If he plays a5, I mean, you know, you get like b5, b4. And then you're really like taking over the center. So I think this is a little early to commit to the exchange, but it may not be bad. All right, takes. You do have the f file, and you do, yeah, you have an immediate, yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this looks pretty good, dude. Honestly, bishop d7 looks good, but honestly, your move looks good too. This is pretty damn strong. I think white might just about be lost. This is probably lost. Yeah. After knight f4, he's kind of like, he may be lost already. Can he play f3? Then this is fatal. He can't play f3. But I think h3 was too much. F takes e4, d takes e4, c4. And white is lost. That's crushing. What's he gonna do now? Dude, this is game over. I didn't realize how devastating this was. This is totally devastating. Okay, so he finds a move. Whew. Yeah. Only move. Defending f2. What appears to be the only move, anyway. Knight d1, and then queen b6. So the obvious suggestion is knight d3 check, and white is in critical condition, you know, in either case. But you instead played queen b6, just adding fuel to the fire, and white is smoked. So this is a really nice defensive try by white, though, with rook a3. But it's like too little too late. And king f1. Anyone? This is ugly, dude. But I guess he has to, you know. Sacking the exchange is kind of hopeless. So he goes here. And then I mean, you've got everything. The ultimate Benoni. But I would think developing your pieces would be good. So bishop d7 gets my vote. Is it too slow or something? You undermine your knight? Maybe? Yeah, the g3 we talked about. But this rook f4, okay. You're into direct moves. f3, what else? Bishop d7. I would have played bishop d7 first. Knight g4. You just took. You like it simple. And now you're threatening to take both pawns. And now he sacks the exchange. Does he have to sack the exchange? Well, his rook is like hanging, so he can't move his king. And you're threatening both pawns simultaneously. So the only move that I could see would be like rook knight e3. I mean, I don't know. Here. That looks terrible. b2 is hanging, among other things. Well, rook takes f3. Does that work? Rook takes f3. You're getting kind of fancy now. Rook takes f3. King e2. Yeah, it works. Damn. That's pretty strong. Yeah, so whatever. He sacks the exchange, and he's gonna try to sleaze you. Okay, true enough, your rooks will have to shift over to the c file, but this was well done. Wow. So you just traded down. 10 points of material for 10 points of material. Yeah, very good. Well, that was a nice game, Sensei. I mean, kind of like the last one. Queen and... Queen against knight and rook and pawn. Yeah, good game. It was real nice. I mean, you never gave him any play in that game. Very good. So we got Snegdon Sung Prism with black against cheating on me with another Sergey Gurer, rated 5+2. Nope. Alright, so Mischuk. Player names and clocks are not visible. Now, how would that be? Yes, they are. They are. Player names are visible. I don't know about clocks. This is not a live game, remember. Player names and clocks are not visible. Well, no, I mean, it's not a live game, so I can't show you the clocks. Oh, the clocks. Well, talk to lichess about that. They are visible. They're right there. This is lichess game, so it is visible. They are visible. You just need glasses. Alright, so d4, d5, c4, c6. Now they are. They weren't? I mean, but like, I don't understand. I didn't resize the board, but alright. So c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, yawn. The Slav defense. Oh my god. Is this Nefredov's game? Never played the Slav defense. It just always struck me as kind of boring. But it is very solid. A4, bishop f5, main line, e3. So I have a lot of games with white in this line. And he plays the traditional method. I've also played knight h4 quite a bit. That's Karpov's favorite from the late 80s. To be honest with you, you know, the real players with white tend to play knight e5 here. This is the critical test, okay? Cowards like me play this long variation. it's safe, but knight e5 is the real acid test of the whole Slav. There was a fantastic game between Ding Liren and Caruana. The last interesting game I've seen in this line was a Ding Liren Caruana game from the last candidates tournament, the first part of that candidates tournament or whatever. But anyway, that's very sharp. Alright, so anyway, into the boring depths of this variation. Now, here, there are just several different options. BD7, Bishop G6, and Bishop G4, and I faced knight E4, and Aliakin had a game against Uva in that. That's the way, sometimes people try to play for a draw. Aliakin won a nice game in their World Championship match. I don't remember. Barry? You did research on Barry? Masturbate? Harry Barry? So Queen E2, Master Barry. Queen E2, knight on BD7, and then E4. So in this line we allow white to take the center. It's like hypermodernism. And now oftentimes Bishop G6. But you played Bishop G4, which I guess is slightly less common. And I mean, I've played a billion games with white in these types of positions. And so Bishop H5 is possible. You took, and then... Okay, so white is messed up, it looks like. H3 is a mistake. I didn't know Sun Prism was an expert on the Slav too. Rook D1, defending the D4 pawn. I'm not used to seeing this from the black side, so yeah. But I mean, obviously white messed up. H3 is too robotic. After bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, knight b6, his d4 pawn is hanging. So now what's he going to do? He's going to sack a pawn, but he has no compensation for the sacrificed pawn here. The problem is black's control of the dark squares is just too good, dude. So after this, you got dark square, 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 dark square. You guys play a lot of Connect 4 or checkers? I mean, I blundered pawns like this with white, you know. Torso. Yeah, yesterday was Varga. Yesterday or today was Varga Petty's birthday. Happy birthday. My favorite message though for birthday, I told Mr. Coffee. Lev saw his birthday message to Vladimir Tukukov on Facebook yesterday. Happy birthday, Volodya. Good health, safety, and let them all die soon. You know, I just wanted to share that with everybody. I like that. Give them hell. Tukmakov was 78 yesterday. But you gotta give Sahi his credit, man. That is an awesome birthday. Happy birthday, best of health, let them all die soon. Because we know who they are. Anyway. Queen takes d4. Bye-bye, Mr. Pawn. And it was Varga Petty's birthday today, I think. Not yesterday. Yesterday was Tukmakov's birthday. Today is Varga Peter's birthday. Happy birthday, Peter. He's, I think, 50 years old, if I remember correctly. So maybe I'll have another friend in the World Senior. Hungarians don't really have the money to go to the World Senior. Queen takes d4, rook d1, and now We're following Videcki game, another Hungarian. I am. Another international master destroyed by a Sung Prism using no time. He must have been especially happy about your rating being 1579. Did you get reported for cheating yet? 1579. Alright. Better be careful how many international masters you crush. You lost this game. Oh my god. Good thing. You hadn't lost this game, he definitely would have reported you. So the problem is, after queen e5, he has bishop f4. Whereas on queen c5, he has bishop e3. So which is better and which is worse? I guess if queen here, bishop e3, maybe, I don't know, maybe you have more squares to go to? It doesn't really matter, does it? Queen c5, I'm a little bit worried about this though. Bishop e3, queen a5, c. Honestly, what I was worried about in Videcki's position was like this or something. You know, could the queen be an issue? Lashandor is a very good player. He's always been like 2400 forever. He runs the chess club at the nuclear plant. I was just referring to that earlier. Paksh. When Korchnoi played in 2005, I was there, and Videcki was organizing the tournament. He's like chess club, Paksh. Queen e5. So this is the central move. Alright? Yeah, you have e7, but then white would have e5. So what happened here? You played queen h5 going for a queen trade. Never trade queens against grandmasters, but this is an IM, so you can get away with it. We know how much you love endgames, but he's not inclined to trade queens, so I guess queen h5 is a mistake. Unless you plan on going to g6. Queen h5, g4, queen g6. Queen is stuck outside the pawn chain, not ideal, and it could get trapped. What we want is our queen to be in a safe place for the long run. It's difficult to say, like... So Torzo played bishop e3, preventing queen c5, by the way. And then Varga Petty played queen e5. And then Attila played bishop f4. And then Varga played your move, queen h5. So you're transposing to that game, aren't you? Except the way there's rook d1 in. Practically the same thing. And then he ends up over on a5. But a pawn up is a pawn up. And Varga's stronger. So this is a bad pawn sack, but some practical compensation for white. Your queen got like trapped in there. And this is definitely not good. So that's probably the number one reason to not play queen h5 right there. And why you need to go queen a5. This a5, if you could play knight d7, it would be okay. Why can't you actually? Can we try this? I hate knight c8, so... Oh shit, but g5 is pinned. So it's not game over yet. I was worried about this. I mean, this queen has, like, literally no squares. If I can play bishop c2, it's over. So here. This queen is not trapped yet. But your g5 suggestion... Remember, we might be able to do some kind of in-between move, like e5 or something. Oh, there's also knight c5, someone... Yeah, this you have to watch, though. So it's tricky. You know, I'm not sure if knight c8 is forced. But it's a really bad move, strategically. Because you lose control of e5, And your knight just doesn't have anywhere good to go from there. Here, these are bad. Your pieces start to lose, like, cognition. Yeah, damn. Even bishop takes c3 is better than this. So this move holds on. It hangs on. Rook a4. Just to make sure. This would have been really touch and go, but you had to try it. Knight on bd7. This is really bad. Well, I'm not sure if he found the right move here. White has the file. He has this Gelfand, like, queenside break. The move the computer wants to do with the rook joining the game. e5. Although it gives up the d5 square, it also gives squares to get squares. It's not easy to say what white should play. You know, he has a lot of moves. So he decides to play bishop c2. Stuart Milner Barry. Passed away in 95. Wow, he lived to 80. What did he live to? 90? 89. Not bad. So, Masturbate is like on an obsession now with Milner Barry. You tried for counterplay with h5. White has to play g5. And I think we've lost control of the center. Well, you got one last shot, right? Your knight d5 trap. Takes. Actually, you could play knight d5 directly. That looks... well, I mean, anyway, you could take it, probably. It's a nice trick. I think our friend is a fan of the two bishops, as I often was. Especially in the Slav. I've had a few Slavs that came down to me playing for the bishops. Believe me. With white. But this is a good battle. But I would ask the question, what happens on this? Because white has some options. His structure is really broken up, though. You know, I mean, I don't know how much I like white's structure. This isn't so great. This isn't clear. But it does look rather dangerous. I mean, our knight... Knight looks a little short on squares. Anybody down with a6, knight a7, knight b5? Does anybody have Richard Rapport's telephone number? Rapport is all about, like, knight a7, knight b5. I don't like the look of this, though. Alright, we're desperate, but white holds the two bishops, and then you have f6. So suddenly, you know, it looks like you have a shot. And a square appears. Whoa. Wow, you didn't pull your knight back. I was expecting you to pull your knight back here. Just keep provoking him. What would Uber Driver do versus what would Sung Prism do, you know? Uber Driver would be like hunkered down into this like hippo here and play f5 or something. Well, you don't want to sit there and get blown away, but at the same time, at any moment you could take your knight and start jamming that pawn down to d7. So you took back on g5. Okay, what I don't like about this is that it worsens your pawn structure, but maybe you gotta live with it. I mean, you have like backward pawn here, e6 and h5 look kind of weak. Positionally, I think it's like kind of a mistake, like taking away from the center. F takes g5 away from the center. But you are opening your f file. Okay, and now is this justified? Probably is. Probably is. You have tactics, nasty tactics, you know. Queen h4. Well, what about bishop takes h4? Oh, snap. Oh, no. You did that. Yeah, maybe you went too far now. Why don't you just, like, settle for knight f6? Here. Why do you have to give him a pawn? So you gave him a pawn with h4 and then traded queens. Definitely not ideal. Like, I realize you're going to get this one back, but I have a feeling this is a bad idea. He's probably relieved to trade queens. And he has 2 bishops. And you're in your favorite endgame scenario now. You got this bishop there, but your knight is a dead man. Damn. This knight is a dead man. Only the Rapport maneuver can save you. With a6, knight a7, and knight b5. Here. Strange move now by white. Rook d3. Don't really understand why he did that. Well, he doesn't have rook d1, I guess. Okay. Yeah, if he doesn't have rook d1, I guess he has to do something, but I don't know what I would suggest. Maybe keeping his bishop, no? Not allowing knight e2 check? So what should white play? Rook takes rook, king takes rook, bishop e5, and then you're up a pawn in an ending where you're probably worse. Yeah. Plus 0.4 for white, even though he's down a pawn. So instead he plays rook d3, allowing you to eliminate his bishop and free your knight. Check, takes, and then your knight escapes from jail. And the only good thing for white is that he united these 2 pawns over here. But at the end of the day, you have one problem remaining. It may be significant. He misses it. It looks like bishop e3. No, but bishop e3 looks like a real problem. You have to play rook f6, and then he has like e5. Black is getting back in the game, of course, but white needs to be precise now. You know, this move, pinning him on the diagonal, is the move. He just probably didn't have time. White is better after bishop e3 for sure, but after this move I'm not as sure. This is huge. I mean, you're giving him time to play like knight g6. Now he plays bishop e3, but it's a move too late, isn't it? It's a move too late, you know. Black's probably hanging on now. That was really important, you know, and I don't know if knight f8 is best. I guess you have to consider rook e7 to keep the option for your knight to go active. This may be a critical moment, you know. You think you're better, you're not better. You're probably equal if you're lucky, if you play perfectly. He has h4, queenside, pawns not going anywhere. He's infiltrating here. But after knight f8, your knight remains very passive, even though you're a pawn up. This may be a critical moment. The engine thinks knight f8 is okay. But again, I think you need to consider, in general, the knight taking on a more active role from the e5 square. This is extremely passive. Imagine your knight on e5. Right here. Much better. This is a disaster. I mean, we'd rather put the king on f7, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. See, he's got this outside pawn idea now. F-file, D-file. Man, your queenside pawns aren't going anywhere. Your king is cut off now. And now you got one last chance to go for the dark squares. I don't know if he played this right. He played g6, trading the pawn. I'm not sure. Try to blockade. Can we try to blockade on the dark squares? You don't have to play g6 right away. You could have played king h6. Oof. Well, no, I think you should have played king h6 and wait and see. Maybe we'll play g6. They'll probably bring the king up. You have other options though. I mean, you know, you could go here. Maybe bring your knight around to these squares here. I'm not sure. You should play g6 or not. This looks really bad. You lost the pawn back. Now you have counterplay there, but he's got takes, check, and bishop f5. Or this. Yeah, it's too good. Too good. Technical position, but this is a disaster. He's got two passed pawns. He's gonna have two really strong passed pawns. One and number two. Too many. One too many. I'm expecting really good endgame technique from a, you know, Ukrainian IM or whatever. So this is table base. Apparently he probably has less time, but surprisingly king d4 is a mistake. We hit the table base when you played rook takes g4. White has two passed pawns against one. You know, he obviously wants the a pawn to go. But if he tries to go with the a pawn right away, you have check and get behind it. So that's the question. So pushing the pawn right away on a5, a6 is not good. When he plays king d4, he's threatening a6, winning. But apparently it was a major mistake. Now this is a kind of surprising move. The computer says rook f5 is winning. You would think like rook f5 would be a mistake because it would just force your king to a more central square. I'm surprised that the rook f5 check is a good move. So this was hard for white to find the winning move. It's not intuitive. Not intuitive at all, I think. He makes what looks like a very natural move. King d4, centralizing. The only major downside of this move is that he gets further away from your g-pawn. But he's threatening a6. So rook g1, only move, by the way. So congratulations. Distance. Rook g3 loses to rook c3. Notice he's still in the square of the pawn, even at d4. But, you know, just for kicks and giggles, why, for example, does rook c2 not draw? Rook g2. Yeah, this is a fantastic question. Why would it be that, like, rook g2 doesn't draw, but rook g1 does? That's pretty mind-boggling, right? You would think like rook g2 would be good enough. I don't know. I don't have an answer. You know, it's probably something very, very complex. It may be the fact that the pawn can advance one more square, not with the rook getting in its way. I don't know. But you always want to keep the rook at a maximum distance in general. So now it's a draw according to the computer. Not easy to know that or even play this perfectly. Only g4 draws and you found it. So I don't know what I would have played. I mean, the point is, like, if you go behind his pawn, he just goes over to eat yours. So that seems insufficient. So I think by default, like, you found the right move here, because there just isn't any other move. G4. And now it's a draw. Again, I wouldn't know that. And now apparently you have one move to draw, which I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm not surprised you moved your king here. I might have made the same mistake. So apparently the only way to draw is to draw his king away with G3. You know, you're going to lose the pawn, but you're going to trade it for one of his pawns probably. So by playing G3, G2, you'll draw his king out of position back to like F2 or whatever, and you can attack one of his pawns like rook E1, effectively. So like G3, I don't know, king F3. What about like G2? It doesn't draw. G2, rook G5. Holy shit. So even G2 doesn't work. You have to play this immediately. And that's the point. What about like rook G5 here? Jesus Christ. So this is so close. You'd have to find this unbelievable line. Your only move that draws is king F6. Because if rook takes G3, you go behind the other pawn. You can't save all the pawns. You can't save both pawns. No, I mean, it's not easy to know that, you know. Very easy the way you lost this. Now you lose both pawns, you're dead. You can't trade your g-pawn for nothing. And that's what happened. You have to use it as a decoy. And after this, sadly, you can't find the only move to draw, king f6. That's tough. That's tough. I mean, it looks like you're going to lose the pawn anyway, but the point is, rook a1. And he doesn't have this, because he loses a rook. And that's why rook g2 doesn't work. Jesus Christ. You know that may be the point, guys, at the end of the day, why rook g1 is a draw and rook g2 isn't. Because of this. Imagine if the rook is on f2, not on f1, in this position. This is actually the answer. If the rook is on f2 instead of on f1, the white king will attack it with king e3 and win the game. And now your rook is too far away for him to turn back and attack you. So, anyway, I mean, it's a really tough technical ending. So he got a little bit lucky there. But you can't draw against two pawns this far apart. All he needs is to cut you off and have one pawn. And that's what happened. Well, it's easy. Alright, guys, it's almost time. I've got a game from Pavel Nefedov. And then Uber driver. Alright, this is Nefedov. Please God, not another Slav. Can I show you my OTB game? Nope. Not this week, anyway. If you subscribe, you can submit it for next week. Nefedov is playing the Slav defense. Oh my god. No, it's late here. I didn't eat dinner. And we're just doing 2 last games to wrap it up. So, another Slav. Man. But at least this one is a little more spicy. Nefedov's opponent, I gotta flip the board. Nefedov's opponent played 2 Slavs in a row. Played the Gellert Gambit, which the computer calls dubious. Okay. What is the name of the powerful Ponda? Ponda. Bro. John Bartholomew's rating with party of 137. Just 137? Damn, dude. You're losing your touch. Hey. Hey, what's up? Man, just 137. It's a lucky number. What's up, John Bartholomew? One of my favorite chess streamers. Alright, what's up? Ponda's name is Ponda. Pawnda. Because he's black and white, right? He plays chess. Pawn. Get it? And in Hungarian, where I live in Hungary, the pronunciation of panda, which we would say in America, is actually sounding more like that, exactly, Ponda. So it's Ponda. Ah, like a hard ah sound. So it's like a multi-way play on words. Ponda has many, many reasons behind his name. See, he moves too. Watch this. John, what's up? Thanks for rating. We've got 2 games left to analyze here. For those of you who joined us from Bartholomew, I've got a Geller Gambit, and I just wanted to illustrate, the tricks that Ponda can do. You can see he moves. That he's shaking. All right, no, enough silliness. But he keeps falling over. I don't know what's up with him today. He's just not stable. You're not stable, dude. You need medication. Alright, so I'm not crazy. I'm a chess player. What's up? John Bartholomew, thanks for the raid. Alright, Geller Gambit. John's been known to play the Slav, hasn't he? I do not, but I have been known to play the Geller Gambit with white. This notation is by Stockfish, dubious, and I kind of agree, but I've played a few Geller Gambits. I think it's important, to appreciate that this gambit is one of white's only attempts to play really aggressively against the Slav, and it's one of those things. Well, I guess like any gambit, it has value up until a certain level. You can see even Magnus has played it. But the only acid test is b5. I will say that one good thing about the Geller Gambit, it forces the opponent onto a defensive type of grab the material and hang on style. b5 isn't everybody's cup of tea, so you really don't have a choice. I have occasionally had people play like bishop g4 against me when I was white, but it's not quite sufficient, and so black pretty much has to play b5. Now, I was going over, somebody named Geller. I've been studying Geller's games actually recently. That's been my big thing the last couple of months, and honestly, I haven't gotten to the chapter on the Slav. He has his games organized by openings, but Geller mentions that Spassky, I think, played Queen c2, but we're not in really studly company here with Simon Williams. But it's an alternative, Queen c2 kind of keeps the tension, tries to keep the tension. It's not better than the other lines, but it's an option. Other than that, pretty much e5, knight d5, and now the main line is normally a4. But this is the other line. Nefedov, this is an OTB game, by the way, that one of our regular viewers, Pavel Nefedov, he's around 1900 FIDE. He's submitted a club game from the UK. By the way, this is Stafford Chess Club, Wolverhampton League versus Wolverhampton B. Pavel's playing black, and his opponent played knight g5. Now, I will say one thing: people are preparing. These are like club games where your opponent. They are preparing for Nefedov. So when people know you only play the Slav, they're gonna specifically prepare for you. So he's got people looking through the database before these club games and preparing this, for example, sharp gambit line. Okay, knight g5. And now, I don't know the theory because I never played knight g5. I think I've either played queen c2 or a4 here. I haven't played so many Geller gambits either. Handful of games. Years ago. I haven't played the Geller gambit since like the 90s. I mean, I played it, but you know, we're talking, I won a game against an FM in like 1994 or something. I mean, you know, things like that. I played it in Blitz. But knight g5 is known. Now, well, over-preparing is another discussion for another time, G-Souts. Don't waste too much energy over-preparing, I agree. I like John Fedorovich, a friend of mine. He used to prepare for 5 minutes, dude. His preparation, he'd be like, oh man, can I use your computer? Hey, I want to prepare for, it sounds like Ponda. John would be like, oh, I want to prepare for a game. It was like his preparation was like 5 minutes. Oh, he plays e4, okay. You know, I'll play the Najdorf. No, not over-preparing. Alright, so it turns out h6 is the main move. You know, and I don't think we're going to see the Cochrane Gambit. I'm not familiar with this line, though. You know, normally if h6, white has the ability to do crazy stuff like queen h5. So it turns out g6, queen h4, bishop g7, knight on g to e4, and now knight b4. And there's a little problem with the c2 square, it looks like. Hard to protect. You know, so the queen is left home and there's no way to protect c2. Anyway, that's an idea I used myself in 1990, whatever, with knight g5. But Nefedov instead plays knight takes c3. So this, what would Alpha Zero do? What would Leela do? We just saw a game where like Leela ignored a knight capture on c3. You think, oh my gosh, what if it comes up with some new move here, like queen f3? There's a problem with queen f3, right? f6. White is down a piece, and another one is attacked. So they're going to really have to come up with something creative to make that work. But anyway, you need to think outside the box. But Nefedov, I think, got caught maybe in a line he didn't know. Turns out this is the main line. He knows a lot of theory, but maybe this one surprised him. So, almost everyone played h6. e6 is a normal type of move. But it looks like queen h5, let's see, g6, and then queen f3. So that's a problem. Now, how to protect this? It's kind of a trap, in a way. And that's why h6 is important. So queen h5 doesn't work. How bad is this? So takes, and now if e6, you have options, right? h6 is a game from 2007, French IM. Might be a GM by now, I don't know. But queen h5, so h6, queen h5, and then the old g6, and now queen h4, and then bishop g7. Same thing as other line, except there's no knight b4. Guess what? You know, not having that doesn't help. And black went on to win this game anyway. But it looks like white has some chances, you know, objectively. This isn't that clear. But Nefedov plays what? Queen d5. the typical idea in some lines, and I've definitely had games with Nefedov in similar positions. Let me see if I've ever had this. Nope. 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 Yep. Yeah, I always played a4 here. Okay. So queen d5, and now bishop b2. This should not come as a shock to Nefedov. The tactic is queen takes g2, bishop f3. It's very rare we see Nefedov get caught in the opening, because his openings are pretty narrow, and he normally has all of his shit worked out, so to speak. I rarely can get a winning position against him in the opening, but this looks problematic. So now he's afraid to take here. Well, you lose a queen. You can't. Queen takes g2, bishop f3. No squares. So now we're like, okay, why did we put our queen on d5? Because f6 is what exactly? How bad is f6? Well, it's not good, to play that move. Ben Feingold? Anybody? I'm skeptical of Feingold's rules, but we don't really want to play f6. We'd rather play h6 than f6. But I mean, Nefedov, he can't play bishop f5. There's too many problems here. And he chose not to play e6, presumably because the line we just looked at, this. How bad is this, actually? Like, queen d7. I'm not sure. So I think maybe, wow, someone actually did f6. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We could just go back to f3. At the very minimum, just go back to f3. And black's position is really strange with f6. But what I'm surprised by is that Pavel didn't play e6 here. What's the big deal? Is it queen h5? But we don't even have to do g6. You can do queen d7. White has some compensation, but it's still not that bad. So you went here. This is a mistake. Bishop e2, and now h6, and now bishop f3. And you went back, because this is disaster. If you go here, it's e6. So you have to play queen d8. Sorry, after bishop f3, queen d8. Does white have a shot here, though? Something crazy like Bughouse, anyone? Mikhail Tal style sacrifices? No. e6? No. So white didn't find anything better than the obvious knight e4. This doesn't look great, but it doesn't look that bad. Does white have anything else? No. Knight h3. Wow, knight f7 is basically a Cochrane gambit. Knight f7, king f7, and the computer gives white -1. Just interesting to think about. The computer thinks white's position is somewhat compensated. That's almost enough. So knight e4, and now e6. This bishop is not good for us here, by the way. Because normally black is going to try to recapture with the pawn, put the bishop on b7, go down that diagonal. I was going to suggest trying to get the bishop outside the pawn chain, but it's not good. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, is this plausible to do bishop f5? a4, ripping this diagonal open. Yeah. Generally speaking, if you do b5, you need to kind of be able to follow up by putting your bishop on b7. in a Slav type of situation. If your bishop's not on c8, you don't really want to do b5. The plan is like b5, a6, bishop b7 usually. Not, you don't do b5 if your bishop's on f5, and you don't do bishop f5 if your pawn's on b5, etc. So Nefedov plays e6, looks good, castles, and now bishop e7, which is a totally natural move. Like I was just saying, you normally want to put the bishop here to guard these pawns, eventually play c5 and open it up. So this looks like a totally normal move. The only other suggestion is, what? Knight d7, but he's worried about a4, probably. But in any case, like, how are you going to deal with a4? If you play knight d7, there's still a4, and if you play a6, he's taking, and you're still screwed because of this diagonal and the file. There's no way to recapture without losing material. So what does black do? How does he anticipate? He plays bishop b7. a4, exactly. And I was expecting Nefedov to do a6, and on pawn takes pawn, it's ugly, but we might have to do it this way. If we have to, we have to. The point is, takes. Things could get weird in this sort of situation where, maybe we have to give up that light square bishop. I don't know if we want to give that up. Even that's plausible, though. Bishop takes, rook a7, I'm not sure. Maybe this isn't so bad for black. Maybe such a variation is conceivable. So queen c7. Engine prefers... I don't know, it doesn't look good. But I would probably play a6. Okay, you played queen c7. This is definitely sus. Defending the bishop on b7, though, is a reasonable idea. But it looks like black's king is too slow to develop. And now bishop a3. Apparently a mistake, but an obviously, justified idea. This idea of trading the dark square bishop off is absolutely correct. Maybe his execution wasn't the right moment or whatever. Spicy Sausage, you can submit your game, but it's for next week. So I gotta finish the last two games and go eat dinner. We have a limited number of games. I can do 10 games a week. So bishop a3, feel free to send me the game. I'll add it for next week's stream. Bishop a3, the idea of getting the dark square control. The problem with it is bang, bang, castle, and black gets away. But I don't know what white's supposed to do, objectively, to increase his advantage here. Perhaps a tactic, take, knight e6 check. Bishop takes e6, yeah, this looks pretty problematic. It looks like he's forced to do this, and then black has to move the queen, somewhere. And I'm going to wager that maybe, d5 or bishop a3. Perhaps d5. Something like that. Hey, your king's still in the center. I'm going to rip open the middle of the position. So bishop a3 isn't a bad move, but he lets black castle, so he gets away. And now knight d6, and that's a nice knight you've got there. And white still has some good chances, but he let black's king get away. a6, and Nefedov has swindled me in positions like this before. Black is up a pawn for what it's worth. Now, a very slow-looking move, bishop e4, but I think white wants to. If f4, f5, f6, game over. There's this very natural attack on the king side. And the rook could swing over, by the way, rook a2, rook f2. Black's terminal counterplay is coming from c5, but he can't play c5 because he's paralyzed to the bishop on b7. Knight d7, f4. So Nefedov is on the verge of total annihilation here. He is facing complete annihilation with f5, f6. And this guy, his opponent, played quite well. So now this is total desperation, and probably forced. f5, physically stopping white. And so now white has a choice. He can leave the situation as is, pull the bishop back, and try to play for a different break, like g4, or he can take en passant. Actually, he can't take en passant. He drops a knight, so I take that back. So he has to move his bishop. Not sure. Which diagonal? Maybe b1. But I think this is the right choice because you want to keep this pinned here. Okay, bishop f3, knight b6. And now white really needs to attack. a4 is falling. We don't like playing this move normally, but black can't recapture this way. There goes the A file, and there goes an exchange of rooks. If white had played maybe like g4 or something, can I roll the dice here? Maybe white needs to play some really violent move. I mean, g4, pawn takes g4, bishop takes g4, e6 is hanging, and white's still threatening to break through with f5. And I don't know if this is in time or not, because this is falling with check, and we have to move the king, and white can play like d5, and we're getting run over. So my guess is like g4, but let's see. It's up there. Yeah. But the computer doesn't mind the guy's move. A takes b. A takes b. Rook takes a8. I thought this would help black, to be honest, because he gets control of the open file, and that's what Nefedov thought. And white should probably continue with g4. But what does he do? He does bishop h5. Asterbate in the house. What's up, man? Your favorite square. This one gets a double question mark. And this guy has played such a good game. Why so serious, right? The thematic move is g4. What was white afraid of, ultimately? Rook to the file, down the file. I mean, white's better, according to the engine. Why is bishop h5 so bad? Because it's not g4. Number one, it's not g4. Number two, I would guess that it abandons this diagonal, which means that black can play c5. Perhaps. There seems to be a direct threat of bishop h5, bishop f7. My guess is going to be that black can meet that simply by playing rook f8, though the computer found a better move, which is really hard to find. Nefedov naturally couldn't find it because it's quite tricky. I don't know that I would have seen knight c8. I mean, that's a really weird move. So bishop h5 isn't a bad move as much as it's not as good as g4, I guess. If black's only really good move here is knight c8, I mean, that's a lot to ask. Makes some sense. And then if bishop f7 check, the point is whatever. Your pieces are hanging and you have to take here, and then it just black bails out into some kind of 5 versus 5 ending when he's probably okay. Double question mark, but I guess it just gives away his advantage. And Pavel played rook f8, which looks like what most people would play. Now this is the move he thought he had to play. It turns out he has knight c8. Not easy to find that move at all. The problem with rook f8 is it takes black off the active file. Now white played g4. Another dubious, but it's stockfish dubious. What's the problem? Well, maybe c5. I don't know. The thing about c5, I guess, is that you have to calculate the consequences of this, and like this. When all hell seems to be breaking loose. But maybe that pawn can be contained. Black just like does that or something. Ultimately, it's a sharp position. But Pavel played knight c8, which was the right idea. Maybe a move late. Knight c8, knight b7, queen b7, I don't know, man. This is a very strange exchange, but he had no choice. I mean, what else can white do? Take on f5, maybe? If he takes on f5, knight takes d6, takes on d6, queen d6, pawn takes, and then, well, I guess he would take here. And again, black's good. Four pawns, white's down a pawn. Now, it's really looking bad. So this was a major moment. He has to give up his knight for the bad bishop. Queen takes, g takes f, e takes f. White has protected passer on e5. But he's a pawn down, Geller gambit. And black's hanging in there. And he has the queenside majority with the push b4, possible c5. The knight's a good blockader. So white probably got in time pressure, and the situation's not that easy to play. So this position probably is like white has compensation for the sacrificed pawn, but I don't think he's better. And he probably has to be careful not to be worse. So he plays e6. And that's like, very clearly this square is, he's trying to play maybe like bishop f7 check, but when you have a protected passed pawn, it has a lot of value. If you push it where it's not protected by the other pawns, it's losing a lot of that value. It can fall completely, So this is a very committal move. Rook f6 now. Trying to not only blockade, but surround that pawn. I would say bishop f7 check. The problem with the bishop there is, like, now it's like got nowhere to go. Now you could even play king f8, maybe even knight d6. So it looks like white is losing now. Never blockade with the queen, Nefedov. You know that. This is a very strange move. This reeks of time pressure. But why the heck would you not want to play knight e7? This is such a good blockader. It's very easy to sit here with the computer and have some notes that says knight e7 was best. But we all know this rule, like queens are the worst blockaders. And Nefedov must have heard that before, but he did it anyway. You know what it's tying down your most powerful piece on you, Karma. And knights can jump over things. Other pieces can't, so the knights make the best blockader. It's a low value piece that can jump over things. When you tie down a queen or a rook to blockading a passed pawn, Nefedov's problem was that he was being materialistic. He was focusing on winning the pawn. Another thing he could have done here, by the way, was play g6. Because the pawn's not going anywhere, he could have first played g6, cutting off this bishop's ability to go to f7. So he plays queen e7. If I were white, I would have considered bishop f7 check. Black could sack the exchange here and probably have compensation, like take, and then try to put his knight on e4. Have two pawns for the exchange. But, would you want to do that? I don't know, necessarily, because the bishop is actually becoming kind of bad. But interestingly, after queen e7, white played d5. Another pawn that's not necessarily going forward another square unless white's going to sack the queen. which could happen. Just for kicks and giggles, you know, I just want to show you guys, like, imagine what would happen if black just made like a random move here. Let's say black just moved his king to h8, you know. My point is, there's the possibility of like this kind of thing. Queen takes d6, queen takes e7. And oddly enough, I don't really see how you stop that. How do you stop that pawn from queening without losing? Even though you're up a queen in this position, it kind of looks like black has to take a draw by repetition. Unbelievable, right? Like, nothing works. You can't play rook e6. You can't sack the whole queen. You're lucky if you have perpetual check. So Nefedov here, probably in time pressure, I would say he's like panicking, you know. He finds, he finds a check, which I don't know if it's a good move or not. And white plays what looks like a logical move, king f1. But on the other hand, like, okay, he didn't want to drop d5 with check. But, dude, king h1 is the safest square. And this is okay, because take, and then e7. So that's not a problem. You know, black would have taken with the pawn. And now things could get interesting, right? Maybe e7, knight e7, rook e7, queen e7. There's nothing here. What does white do? Well, you know, you could play bishop f7 check. I don't know. But I guess the problem with king f1 is this is unprotected. Your king is more open on f1 in the long run. So Pavel plays c takes, and now the pawn is blockaded, or will be. Black now plays rook e5, doesn't really do anything here, and now, I mean, white just basically like collapsed. He never got anything. He pushes e pawn, he pushes d pawn, he just lost the pawn. Now he's 2 pawns down. He's down his original pawn, and he's down the d pawn. He got nothing for this d pawn. And now he just retreats. So the best move was bishop f7. But black is probably winning anyway at this point. Couldn't he go rook f8 if white sacks the queen? Actually, you may have found a move there. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. So you have a nice idea there. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So he found rook f8. Yeah, let's see. That's a nice idea. Rook f8. Yep. Oh, no, I've got this. Takes, queen check, queen takes, and rook e8. So let's see. Queen e8, bishop e8, b4. Oh my goodness. It's getting interesting. Bishop takes. Black is b3. Phew. Is it though? Are you sure this is game over? Because you don't have an active threat. So after g5, you got another way to go. It's probably winning. Alright, so nice try, but it didn't work. Anyway, that was really not an important variation. Just for fun. So anyway, white like went astray here, and then white just lost it. You know, these pawns are crushing. So his blockade, black's blockade, got in place. But I mean, Nefedov went on to win the game, naturally. It's really like no way to stop these pawns. But if you go back to that point where black blockaded with the queen, you know, this is not good, you know. He was lucky he was able to correct his mistake and later like get the knight to e7. Looks like white should have been okay here. 0. Even his d5 move was okay, apparently, surprisingly. Although, honestly, I don't know if I would play d5 or not, because I'm not sure exactly if it helps us with white. The best move according to the engine is just queen e2. It looks like neither side can really make progress. But it's okay, it's not this simple. Anyway, Nefedov, good game. Last game, I've got Uber Driver. Uber Driver. Another hippo. Oh my god. I didn't go over this game, right? Another hippo. Uber Driver couldn't make it tonight. He's busy driving. But, guys, please don't forget, support the stream. We had some gift subs earlier. John Bartholomew rating with a party of 137. Please donate, support us. We're going to go to Krakow in July to play in the World Senior Team Championship. So this is Uber Driver. And by the way, next stream tomorrow morning, noon CET, is some blitz challenges. We've got d4, g6, knight f3, bishop g7, g3, and now b6. I like the double fianchetto, kings in the end, queens in the end, whatever you want to call it. Attila Sebe, my friend here, has a game against Hera Imre. But objectively, I lost a pretty tough game against Banus last year. Bishop g2, bishop b7, castle. And now, you know, the best move for black in this position is knight f6. But Uber Driver has these ideas that got into his head because of some book he got where someone wrote a book about the hippo, you know, like the hippo's an opening. I think the first mistake that you make is thinking the hippo is an opening. It's a formation, not an opening. But okay. This is d6, b3. Yeah. d6 is okay. You know, I think it's not as good as knight f6. But after d6, this is a really bad move for white. Like, why play b3 in this position? The best move is clearly c4. And now white has a standard kind of classical fianchetto setup against the king's Indian, or whatever you want to call it. Accelerated queen's Indian, king's Indian, whatever. It's a good way to play for white. But b3, you know, how does this really make sense here? Okay, it's a move. b3, and then objectively, what should black play? He wants to play the hippo, he'll play the hippo, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really like it. I think you should play the optimal move in a given position. I still think that black's best move here is knight f6. Interesting is c5 as an alternative. But okay, we're playing the so-called hippo. Bishop b2, knight d7, knight on bd2, knight e7. There you go. You got your formation. Now what? It's not an opening, it's a formation. White plays e4. Fine. And now, you know, he starts doing these, like, moves a6 and h6. But I think that black should just play the position, you know. What's the best move in this position? We don't have to stick to a formula. I think you do have to consider about whether you're going to castle kingside. And white is castle kingside, so he's not going to throw necessarily all his pawns at you. I think that black should be planning on castling kingside. You might consider e5. You might consider and reject c5 because of the access white has to c4 square, probably. I would castle kingside. But here, Uber Driver plays a6. This is in keeping with the strategy he has about playing the so-called hippo. But I'm not sure that a6 is appropriate necessarily in any way in this position. You know, I don't know. Maybe, but I don't get it. I mean, there's no knight coming to b5. It's not a bad move, but it's also not appropriate to this particular position. Maybe in the long run, if we play c5, we take on d4. It's like a Sicilian, and white takes back with a knight, and a6 can help to contain a knight from coming to b5. But I feel that Uber Driver is playing too dogmatically these moves, you know, without any particular reason. a6 isn't so bad because it's the queen side. We can always play this move. But h6 on the king side, this is more serious. You know, I think you're weakening your king side slightly by playing h6. If I were white now, I would probably play h4 and stop g5. It's not an obligation to play h4. Maybe you want to wait for g5 and hit him with h4 then, for example. But the Grob type of thing with g5 and knight g6 is one of black's only plans in this type of structure. My studies aren't public, any karma. Most of my studies. Some of them are, but not all of them. Not many. h6, rook c1, and then c5. So this keeps in with the a6 plan. You know, we're going to turn it into a Sicilian, and this is no longer a hippo. It's more like a hedgehog. Hedgehog it is, but the knight on e7 in the hedgehog is probably not as good as f6. All right, we'll see. Queen c2, castles. Yeah, so this is an important moment. Okay. First question. You played c5. Do we want to take on d4? Because the plan was to apparently fight for control of the center. So we do want to take here. And then which way would white take? I guess white would want to trade these bishops off. And then we don't really have a way to avoid that. Maybe, but nothing really appealing. My concern is that we've played h6, our king side is somewhat weakened, and we've seen this happen in other games where Uber Driver got in trouble because, you know, his king side is like a void. So what black wants to do is try to correct this problem here about the king side being weakened, and somehow make these squares secure. I think you've got to consider b takes c, but it's a riskier move for black because of potential pawn breaks like e5, for example. On the other hand, if you could get like e5 and ironclad control of d4, i.e. knight c6, knight d4, maybe black's better, really seriously better. So that's something to think about. By taking with the knight, okay, we got a threat here, we got a threat here, maybe. White plays knight e1. This is an extremely passive move for white. I'm not sure I would opt for knight e1 if I were white here. Most likely he wants to activate his rook, but I mean, I don't know. It seems slow. So I kind of thought maybe queen d4. If e5, so be it. queen e3. Things could get sharp if black tries to play wildly. But okay, this covers the two squares. Now black plays d5, and yeah. This is a surprising move. Looks like there's a lot of weak squares here on black's side of the board, but it's playable. Knight e1 was a really backward move for white. I'm very skeptical of that. I mean, maybe white could have even sacrificed a pawn somehow. I mean, seriously, what if rook d1, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4? I mean, look at black's position. There's all these pawns, man. It's not like white doesn't have any targets. I'm not that convinced. A lot of weaknesses to be opening up the position here. So d5, take, and then b4. Now, obviously, b4 isn't obligatory. I don't know if white has a real advantage, but he should certainly not lose this position. Black has far more weaknesses, notably h6, g7, f6, b6. White, not so much. This is the first real weakening of white's pawn structure. It doesn't seem that significant. So I still think that white is fine. And now he commits to c5, which may be a mistake. Not the safest move. Does black really have any threats here? There are pawns that are not protected, squares that are not protected, squares that are insufficiently protected. It's pretty easy to see. Squares on your side of the board that have no protection, h6, f6. There shouldn't be squares on your side of the board in a chess game in the first 20 moves where there's nothing protecting it. f6 is not protected by anything. If a knight gets in there, you're getting mated, I mean, that's not good. So c5, rook c8, and now a5, undermining this pawn here. White just maintains the structure. And now white plays knight takes c5. I don't know, which is better, pawn takes or knight takes. Knight takes, and now what? Pawn takes, bishop is attacked here. More active to play bishop a6, but difficult to say. White plays rook e1, black blockades with knight c6. As I said, knights are the best blockader. I don't know who's better. I think it's probably white, because again, the queens are on the board, and your king side is a little shaky, and white has the further outside pass pawn, but slight advantage. Bishop c6, rook e1, and then knight f5. So I think at this point black is hanging on. He's not better, but he's probably not really worse anymore. And then white plays knight b3, rook b8, and then queen c3. So, knight is not ideally placed here. Queen c3. So black plays knight f5. Now interestingly, if you go for something like bishop h3, it gets very sharp, like d4. Bishop f5, pawn f5. We'd have to watch for this. We'd have to be careful with white too. So he should try to keep d4 blockaded, but look what he did, knight b3. What about knight f3? Gravitating more toward the king side. I think one of Uberdrive's favorite maneuvers is probably something like knight e5, knight g4, and knight f6 with a mating attack. Jim gravitated the wrong way. If he had gone to f3, if you tried this, okay, it would be complex. Let's say rook d1, or maybe the other rook to d1. If I try to take this, you take this. It's a question of like whose pawn is weaker, you know. But I mean, I think like we're threatening c6 now. So I still think that white is a little bit better here. Knight b3 was a big mistake. Gone to f3, he's probably still better. Here, okay, I don't know if black should do that, but probably yes. But he goes here, he goes to b3, and now he's in an uncomfortable situation. White has to defend carefully now. Looks like queen c3 gives black a key tempo. That didn't help. And so, queen d3, bishop takes, and then bang, tempo, check, winning the knight on b3. Game over. Alright. Well, I don't know. The hippo is marginal, you know, and I think you ought to play every position as a unique position, not try to be too dogmatic. Guys, I gotta go. We'll be back tomorrow with Blitz Challenges, Sunday Simul. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks for gifting the tier 1 sub to Saucy, Sausage, Spice, Acerbate, and thanks to the follow. Thanks for the follow from Smart Cockroach. John Bartholomew, thank you for the raid. Mr. Coffee, thanks for being our main moderator. And I will see you tomorrow. Thanks everybody. Have a great night. Bye bye.